I'm gonna cough. I apologize. Okay, I'm not too bad. Um, cool. So, um, there we go. Okay. It's gonna be a bit of a slower start this evening. Just letting you know. Always a fun topic. That's right, Slay. Hello. I didn't expect to be able to go live right now. So, um, you know, little bit of a uh a surprise for everyone involved. Hopefully, Aiden will be around soon, and we can get started proper. But for now, it is just me. Um, Boo will be joining us later. He was taking a nap, and he might not be here for a little while. Looks at topic. Oh no, hey Con, how's it going? Yeah, no, it's oh, I should probably close my the the other thing I was listening to, so that I don't accidentally play that in the background. Cool. All right. But yeah, hello everyone. Welcome back to Table Talk, Discussion and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95. And like I said, it's going to be a little bit of a slower start today, because the sudden being able to stream nearer to the appropriate time as usual was not the intended result today. I thought that we weren't going to be able to start until about 9:45, but I got some news not too long ago, so I figured let's just get it started. Huh? Oh, good, my sanity was starting to get a little too high. Yeah, that's right, Lux. Don't worry. We always got to take a moment or two to give praise to our Lord. Everyone knows. Hey, August. Yeah, no worries, Lurkin. You're good. Don't you worry whatsoever. Right now, we're just gonna chill. We're gonna have a little bit of a chat. Um, because I want to wait at least for Aiden before we start. Though, to be fair, he might also take a little while because he was also under the impression that we would be starting at 9:45. So it's really just a bit of misfortune on my part, of my creation, really. So, you know, we'll get to the Garibay topic soon. I promise. I promise. But for now, how's everybody doing? How's your week been? I have been contending with this cough. It sucks. It's really bad. Every time I drink water, it dislodges mucus. Or phlegm. Sorry if you're eating or anything. And it makes me cough. It's pretty bad. But my voice is fine, at least for the most part. I'm sucking on a cough drop right now, and I've got a few more on my left here. So I will be all right, hopefully, and I won't cough too much. If I do, I apologize. Let me actually just make sure of one thing as well, because I think I did it right this time. We're on the ultra low latency. Yes, we are. Very good. Okay. Cool. Other thing, interesting to note. So we've talked about Vampire before, right? Vampire the Masquerade. Not Bloodlines. Wow. Vampire the Masquerade 5th edition, but there's also Bloodlines. We've talked about that a little bit. Speaking of that franchise, I've been playing a little bit of Vampire the Masquerade Blood Hunt, the Battle Royale, and I gotta say, I don't care that the servers were really bad before, apparently. They were very bad before, apparently. But as of Halloween, when I started playing it, or at least before Halloween, a little bit before Halloween, as of a little bit before that, it is good. It is smooth. I didn't experience anything pretty bad. There was a couple of times where it was a little laggy, but legitimately, like, I don't play battle royales. That is not a thing that I usually do. But that game is fun. And I was playing it with my roommate not too long ago. And yeah, man. If you ever have any interest in an interesting, at least in my opinion, battle royale, the vampire one is good. It actually like feels good to move around in the city, and it feels like there's a lot of risk and reward for getting off the rooftops and going down into the street. And there's like a little bit of PvE and PvP aspects where there is like the they're called the Entity, I think, but they're the Second Inquisition. And so they're, you know, they're hunting vampires, and if they see you, they'll start shooting at you. But you can like sneak around their camp and kill them, and also get good loot in their places as well. And like, I don't know, man. There's something about it. The movement feels good. The gunplay feels good. The vampire powers, while I really only play my good old sewer boy, it also feels good to use them. I don't like playing anybody but the Nosferatu. The Saboteur, to be specific. But, well, it's not that I don't like them. It's just, that's my preferred. Because I can go invisible and be a sneaky bastard, and it's great. Hello, Timothy. How are you doing? So yeah, if you want to ever potentially kill me in a video game, that's a thing. It's also free. And the battle pass, legitimately, the battle pass for the Halloween event, I got through it in 2 days. Maybe technically 3, right? It didn't take that long to get that stuff. So I hope that all of their battle passes in the future are like that. I don't know if they were before, and I'm not gonna spend money on the game to get like a skin or something. Probably. I don't know. I might. But second game can't come soon enough. Dude, is Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines even ever gonna come out? I don't know. Had some pretty terrible rolls all night on Saturday. PCs couldn't hit anything and the monsters couldn't miss. Ooh, that sucks. Had to kill everything with magic missiles. Oof. Thanks. That sucks. I'm sorry. Doing good, that I am. Good to see. Good to see. Yeah. Let me think. We did Devils and Dice last Thursday. That's coming out tomorrow. It's I didn't mean to do that. It is rendering right now. It's at 65%. And I'm hoping to upload that tonight. It's going to be great. Excuse me, it's going to be great. We had a failed session where we played for like a half hour total that I've combined with the like 3-hour session that we did, or at least 2.5-hour session that we did, that we finally actually played. It was great. It was a fun time to get back into it. Greetings all. I'm here for the Garibay's words of wisdom in the commentary that will follow. Well, hello, Indigo. Good to see ya. Yeah, it'll start at some point soon. Promise. Soon as I hear from anybody, or we'll just start. Either way. It's already been about 20 minutes. Oh my god. No, it hasn't. What? No, it hasn't. Don't you lie to me. It's been 10 minutes. Okay. I was gonna say. Scare me. Ran Call of Cthulhu first time on Halloween. Yo, how was that? That sounds great. I was hoping to, excuse me. I was hoping to play a game of Monster of the Week soon. I have no idea when that's going to happen. I really want to play it, though, so I can talk about it. Because I'm very interested in the system, and I'm going to be playing as a ghost. It's going to be cool. Garibay stuff, huh? Get coffee, let's do this. Fair enough. Was fun, very different. Hell yeah. Yeah, no, that's the thing. If you've only played D&D for a long time. When you start playing, Call of Cthulhu or anything else, I mean, I'm you know I'm just saying in general, because I can't remember if you've played other things yet, Slay. But regardless, yeah, if you once you go into other systems, they will feel so weird for a while, but man, they're great. Played some Mork Borg yesterday. Fun game. What's that? I don't know what that is. Let me do a quick Google. Oh, there's another thing that I've been doing that I can talk about a little bit. Friend of mine, good friend of mine. She invited me to be a part of this server that they're doing a bunch of writing prompts that started the first of the month. It's been great. I've been having a ton of fun like doing writing prompts. I've been doing them every time they come up. I just finished my current one, which is just making dialogue and that's it, and having it be distinguishable only by that. That's been great. Highly recommend that if anybody like ever wants to try something just to write it. It was weird in the beginning, but as I kind of went through it, I kind of figured out how the characters would speak to each other, right? And it's interesting because characters speaking to each other, like, I noticed, at least from my perspective, people don't say names too much. I was looking something up, sorry. People don't say names too much to people, sometimes. Oh, this one! Mork Borg. Yeah. Sorry. My brain is mush. I've heard of this. It looks neat. Very cool. Anyway, but yeah, so if you if you just write just dialogue, you kind of, at least I started getting into the mind of these two characters that I was having interact. And it's interesting, at least to me, that I kind of made them swap personalities in a way. Not really. One was kind of more controlling of the conversation for a little while, who was getting angry because they didn't want to be there. And the other one was trying to be patient. And then once the first character, there were Max and, what did I name the second one? Hold on, I have it here. It was Max and I want to say I only used the other person's name once because there was Cam. That's right. And I just used shorts because or nicknames because that just makes sense to me, right? So Max was getting very angry at Cam because he didn't want to be there. They had some history, and I basically made a Lovecraftian kind of thing, or at least something a little cosmic in a way. No, it's more Lovecraftian because there's a thing coming for them. I made it so that they had done something before, right? They had done something to sacrifice to at least attain some level of, it's a little Lovecraftian / devilly in a way, but they had done something before that goes unmentioned that is definitely illegal, and it got them to where they are today, where they're successful and such. And then Cam was revealing that that they were getting dreams from the thing that was coming to get them now, to collect, basically. And I left their names as Cam and Max to be like ambiguous because I didn't really want to give them either any gender. I just wanted it to be like, oh, you can insert however you want, this one could be whoever, right? But yeah, so it was really fun to then like have Cam turn from being kind of patient and kind of sweet to then becoming more assertive and dominant of the conversation, because they were I guess more at terms with what was happening, and thus you could see they had more of a psychopathic kind of streak. It's very interesting to me, at least. If anybody's interested in seeing these kinds of prompts that I write, they're very simple mostly, so they're nothing to get so caught up about. But it's helping me with my writing process for like the story that I'm trying to write. And if anybody wants to see them, I'll post them in the Discord if you want. Just let me know. Anyway, sorry. Hopefully Boo and Aiden don't miss the Garibay action. Oh, don't worry, they'll be here at some point. Probably. We'll see. The book of Morkborg is worth getting just for the experience of going insane while you read, or rather interpret. It's got some wild layout. Okay, cool. I'll look into it. Absolutely. I remember being told about it, and then I just never got into it. I need to get around to doing some writing. Wouldn't mind seeing those prompts. Am interested. Cool, yeah. I'll, if we don't have a writing channel in the Discord, I will make one. I'll check it right now. Do we have one? No, we don't. Okay, yeah, I'll make one after the stream, and we'll I'll post my prompts. I'll post the prompts and what they were. I'll like say what they were and then put the link to the prompt, or just post. I won't do the Google Doc. I'll just post what I wrote. Anyway, let's get into it today. So, I know you're all here for one thing, and one thing only. It's not us, obviously. Why would you be here for the us? That's crazy. You're here to hear about our Lord's sermons. Let's get going for Garibay, huh? Okay. So, let me make sure that I have this open so that I can see when my friends message me. So, Garibay, huh? Bit of a character. We've all listened to a little bit of him. And some more than others. Me? I've listened to all of his things more than Boo and Aiden because I've been here every time. So we're gonna get into a couple of his 10 bullet points. We've gone through 5 of them, I believe. Yeah, 5 of them. So we still have 5 more to go. The car talk is back, that's right. I'm going to be getting Cyborg and Pirateborg. Ooh, okay. It's the same system, it's just, I assume Morkborg is the fantasy one, whilst Cyborg is the cyberpunk one, and Pirateborg is a pirate one. That's cool. Tell me how they are. Okay. So, we have 5 to choose from, and I will tell you what I have to choose from. They are historian, actor, storyteller, writer, and arbiter. You can probably imagine what each of these is going to be like. Now, I think I want to save some of these for when the boys are here with me, right? Or at least one of the boys. So, let's go with something that sounds a little agreeable. Huh? You've got to be a historian. Sure. That's fine. I assume the reason why I say agreeable, let's be clear here. The reason why I say agreeable is because you have to be a historian of your own world, I suppose, in a way, right? It's a grandiose way of putting it. It's unnecessary that it's that grandiose, but it is a way that you can put it, right? The car is Garibay. The guy you see talking is just his vessel. There's an idea. I like that. Okay, so let me get this in here and pause it. Oh, it's only 9 minutes. Exciting. Okay. Excuse me. Is there... No, I'm not dumb. Okay. Wow. Nah, that's not true. So... What? Okay, there we go. It didn't load the things for me for a little while there. And I will put... What? Hello. So... This is... Man, has it always been that fuzzy? Is that camera like that fuzzy all this time? Anyway. Historian. Dungeons and Dragons 5e, the Dungeon Master Bullet Point Problem, from good old J. Scott Garibay. Is that right? Let's see. Yeah, J. Scott Garibay. Garibay? Hello? There he is. I think I see him. Yeah. Okay. So. Prepare yourselves. Let's find out why he thinks that we should be historians as well. Or at least what he thinks a historian is in this context. Hail the Garibay. That's right. Let's get going.
Hi, this is Scott Garibay, and today we're going to talk about Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, specifically the DM bullet point problem, historian. Okay? Now, I apologize. If you don't know what the Dungeon Master bullet point problem is, you got a little bit of homework before you can watch this.
No, it's not true.
In the doobly-doo below, you'll find a link to the foundational video that explains the Dungeon Master.
I hate this every time. He's always like, oh, no, you gotta go watch that first video. And it's like, no, it's literally pointless. Please. No camera is good enough to capture his gooderness. That's right. No, he is a master, and you will call him such. No, it's going to be a historian of real-world history in order to better build your own world. Or at least that's my smooth-brained assumption. Who knows what our most wrinkled of brains has to say. That's fair, yeah. It could very well be that, honestly.
Bullet point problem. Without that, this video won't have context. I apologize.
No,
I hate giving people homework for these videos, but
context.
I hate even worse repeating myself in every video because that's not fun for everybody. So let me go forward. All right, so let's talk about the Dungeon Master bullet point problem, historian. Mm-hmm. So one of the disciplines that's nested under Dungeon Master is historian.
Right.
Why does a Dungeon Master have to be a historian? Well, one, there are at least two regions history baked directly into Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition.
Okay.
The first is medieval feudalism.
Yeah, and then don't repeat yourself, exactly. That's true that cameras are not powerful enough. Absolutely, that's the thing. But yeah, no, he always says that he doesn't want to repeat himself, and yet every time, by the way, let me just drag him back. I'm sorry, I interrupted him. He's talking now about feudalism, which, yeah, so already, I'm like, yeah, if you want it to be more traditional medieval feudalism, all that kind of such, you can. Absolutely. If you know a little bit more about that history. I know I had a friend who was doing some stuff, and he knew all about like a lot of historical stuff, and so he would use that knowledge, and it was very interesting. Like it was interesting because you would have bards, like they were basically, as he described them, they were basically the rock stars of the world, right? People really cared when a bard came into town, so they were very, and like it's less of a because you had news, you had the ability to actually tell tales or sing or whatever you did as a bard, right? So you would be very highly respected and such, which is interesting. And so we kind of played with that kind of mindset in that time, as well as like places would have, proper military or garrisoned units, at least in their towns, for the king's like keep or the lord's keep and all that kind of such. Am I saying such and stuff? Interesting. And so it was very interesting to see like that kind of stuff, and we used like shares instead of worrying about breaking up money because one of our characters was a sailor, and like we used a lot of historical kind of stuff. And it was very interesting. His brain is so wrinkled that it folds into a higher dimension. That's right, it's Garibay. He is transcendent. Don't ever forget. But this is something you can absolutely research. You can absolutely use, but, and this is a big but, you don't have to. At all. You really don't. the way that D&D presents itself, at least for 5th edition, since that is the point of the video, that is the edition that we're talking about, is the, as has been previously stated, fantasy kitchen, everything fantasy, except for the kitchen sink, or really including the kitchen sink. The generic fantasy experience can be had without having to know, like, anything about medieval history. You just have to have, like, an imagination and maybe know what a castle is, maybe? Not even that sometimes. It really depends on what you run, right? If you want to go for the realism aspect and you want to go for all that kind of stuff, absolutely. Go for it, right? I can see Garibay as a bard popular. On the other hand, not sure. Well, you know. But regardless, it is not something that is a disservice to go into, or not disservice, sorry. Yeah, a disservice to yourself, I guess. To go into and research and understand more if you want that. It can help you with world building, absolutely. But, as said, you can just make it up as you go, right? Wait, all of his points of self-enlightenment only apply if you're DMing 5th edition? So far, yes. Let me see. Yes. Every single video has Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition on it. Yes. Actually. Interesting. I didn't pick up on that until now. Ooh. I guess he's going to say that fantasy without historical realism is bad. That would be an interesting take. We'll see. Here we go.
Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. The first is medieval feudalism. European feudalism is baked into Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition. It's right there, right? It's essentially saying you're not going to find a laser gun here, okay? What you are going to find is stables and taverns and inns. You're going to find kings and queens. You're going to find dukes and duchesses. You're going to find nobility. You're going to find bards. And all of these match very closely, if not lock, like, right into medieval feudalism.
Okay, so yes, but also it depends, right? Because we have many examples of 5e content, official and otherwise. But if we go by official, yes, baked into Player's Handbook and all that, there is that feudalism, I suppose. It's just the medieval setting, the pseudo-medieval setting, let's be fair. It's got that's inspiration from there, and you can see it. So if you look at the DMG, though, it does have things for, like, if you want to play in modern day, and if you want to play in the far future. Like, laser guns and such are statted in there. But if we want to go very general, very broad, what you would see as a new player getting the Player's Handbook and that's it, yeah, you're not seeing fantasy stuff that's sci-fi, right? You're not seeing modern stuff because it's not in there. It has different pantheons, if I remember correctly. Let me see. Is my book here? Yes, it should be. It fell over. Oh god, many things fell over. What the fuck? Oh, that's Curse of Strahd. Whoops. There it is on the bottom. Okay. Now, if I remember correctly, the only, like, weird, or I guess more modern quote? It's not even modern. It's just I thought that it had different pantheons from different points in history. Or at least different cultures, right? Not different points in history, technically. Yeah, you have Greek, Norse, Egyptian, and let's be fair, Norse... Well, no, that's the same... I guess it could be the same time. Anyway, you have Greek, Norse, Egyptian, and Celtic as well in there. So you kind of have the implication there that that time period also works. Is that not true? But wait. But what if someone only plays 1e, no power for them, I guess? 1E doesn't exist to the Garibay, so you're totally free to run 1E however you want. Yeah, that's true, right? If he's never talked about it in this respect, I mean, what are we supposed to do, right? That works for me. That's fair. But yeah, so I guess, but if you don't look too far into it, it is absolutely based off of this history to a loose degree. I could cite Waterdeep as my example of I don't know what the time period is supposed to be anymore. Really? Like I said, there's a submarine in the heist of, or what is it? The Waterdeep. What is it called? It's the Waterdeep one. I don't remember what it's called. Prediction: the second historical area will be the East, Orientalism, which I'm pretty sure isn't a politically correct term, and I apologize. Dude, I don't know anymore. But you can, let's just say, regardless, I accept your apology, and I'm sure anybody else would. I don't know what the correct term is anymore, I'll be honest. So please, somebody educate me, and thus I can be forgiven, because I then know what I'm supposed to say. But I know I'm not supposed to say that, or what am I not? It doesn't matter anymore to this point in the conversation. We've already put our caveats in. Let's continue.
If you don't understand medieval feudalism, you are not going to be a good dungeon master.
So
you have
no. Wait. Sorry. No, not already. No, I'm sorry. I think you can say Orientalism, but not Oriental. Maybe? I don't know. If I listen to Murder on the Orient Express, does that make me a bad person now? Sorry, I know, it's no. Anyway, so anything politically correct is assumed to be logically and grammatically incorrect. Okay. Anyway, so by the way, good book. So not knowing historical feudalism, medieval feudalism specifically, does not mean that you can't be a great dungeon master. Okay? We've said it before. You can play this game in whatever setting you want. Whatever setting you want. It is possible. You can do so. And hell, it might be great every time in whatever setting. It does not mean that you have to be locked in to medieval feudalism. You really don't. Hell, you don't need to know much of anything, really, except for what the book tells you. Again, it helps. It absolutely helps. It also is something that, I guess if you're a younger player or GM, right? Perhaps you're just starting out and you're, I don't know, young. You could, we're dropping frames. Sorry about this, everybody. But regardless, you could absolutely be like, no, okay, we're good. You could, my frames are back. Very good. You could be like, it doesn't matter. We're gonna play in this one town, and that's it. It has a mayor. That's it. That's the system that we have of government. We can talk about a far-off king who comes to collect taxes every now and again through their tax collector. That's it. That's all we need, right? That's it. I'm a little disoriented now. I like that. So I must have only have come from thousands of years ago to be good at D&D. Got it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, it's just a weird thing to claim of, like, you can't be great unless you understand this specific time period. Like, seeing people play D&D in, like, an old Western type setting, or seeing people play D&D in a sci-fi setting and them loving it and them having a great time. And hell, I might have a great time. Anybody might have a great time, right? Potentially. But depends on the person. But regardless, are they, like, consistent with their game? Do they have, a world that's at least, somewhat It's at least playable, right? Like, that's it. That's all you really need. Yeah, you're great. You're good, right? No worries.
Feudalism, you are not going to be a good dungeon master. So you have some work to do to become a historian of medieval feudalism. Okay, and that is to paint this picture. Okay, for your Dungeons and Dragons game, so that your Dungeons and Dragons game seems consistent and logical to people. In addition to that,
Okay.
the samurai exists within Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition. So also, you need to understand Japanese feudalism, right? So essentially, Japanese samurai class daimyo. What's a wakizashi and a katana?
Okay. So I looked into this actually when I wanted to play a samurai, right? I wanted to be a Lux did call it, you're right. Good job. No, sorry, not Lux. It was Khan. Khan called it. Yeah. Regardless. So I looked into a little bit of at least the samurai, right? And because I wanted to play as a samurai who is wandering and in looking for a new master. And I think that means that my samurai was going to actually be technically Ronin? No, is Ronin no master? I can't actually remember now. It's been a long time and I've never gotten to play that samurai character, so I don't know. But regardless, so you don't need to know that. You don't need to know that whatsoever. You can still just play the class, right? You can just call it whatever. It doesn't have to be a samurai. It can just use the samurai thing, right? Hell, you can rename all the classes if you make your own custom world with everything called whatever you want, right? It doesn't matter. And again, you don't need to know the difference between a katana and a I don't even know how to say that. Wagasashi, is that what he said? I'm sorry, I don't know. I didn't hear him and I didn't retain it. Let me get it again.
Samurai class daimyo. What's a wakizashi and a katana?
Wakazashi, I think, is what he said. I was corrected. Don't worry about it. There you go. You're good. So, excuse me. You don't need to know that. One, because D&D doesn't care. It doesn't have a difference between a katana and a wakizashi. I'm pretty sure. If I look in my player's handbook, I don't think there's a katana even in there. Unless I'm mistaken, it's been a while. But that would be counted as a longsword, I believe. Yeah. Now, in older editions, you absolutely had these differing weapons because they actually, gave you those kinds of things in those books. I don't know if any of the more recent 5e books have them in that. But regardless, if we're talking about if we're talking about the player's handbook and everything that you would have basic, right? You don't need to know any of that because it doesn't matter. The only thing that I would say that makes that you need to know is that the katana is probably a longsword. You can just call it a katana, but it is probably using the stats of a longsword. One-handed or two-handed longsword. That's with the modifier regardless of, or if you have it in two hands or one. That's probably the only thing. A samurai elf in D&D sounds cool. Hell yeah, do it. My samurai was gonna be Dragonborn. I think it was gold. I think gonna be named Adris, I believe. Which meant something in Draconic, but I don't remember what it meant in Draconic. In older editions, the katana is statistically the same as a bastard sword. Okay. Well, we don't have bastard swords anymore in 5e, so. But regardless, you could scale it up and figure it out, right? So, but again, he's gonna, you don't need to know about a daimyo, which is your your lord, I believe. You don't need to know about excuse me, much about like samurai. If you want to, absolutely. But you don't need to. Absolutely not.
And the warrior, Bushido, all of.
Oh, 1d10 damage? Oh, okay. That's a longsword if you two-hand it. Yeah. One-handed longsword is 1d8, I believe. Unless I'm wrong. Let me check. No, I'm self-conscious. I'm losing my D&D knowledge. My 5e knowledge. I was right. Cool. So I would call it that. That gives you a little bit more versatility too, if you really want to just use it with one hand and then have a second like a, is it tanto? Whatever. You want to have a knife in your, other hand, you could do that. That's anime. Let's do it.
Of this is right there in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, right? And so you need to understand Japanese feudalism. You need to understand medieval feudalism.
So he's only given, I would just want to point out, he's only given like 3 examples of what you need to know from Japanese feudalism. Really? Like, and those were, like, and I don't expect him to go into like everything, but having a few more examples of like what it means in that kind of culture would give me knowledge that he knows what he's talking about a little bit, because I don't know if he knows. Just thinking out loud here, but Garibay is kind of like a copper dragon gone mad. Oh.
And what happens if you don't, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm sorry to say you are highly likely as a dungeon master with your 4 to 6 players sitting at the table to have one knucklehead who is going to be like, wait, that didn't happen in medieval feudalism, right? And you're going to have one person there who's like, I don't know if the damage ratio for this longbow is really correct. Could we please use a different die for it? Literally entire tabletop role playing.
Okay, so I just want to say, first off, sure, you could have that person who knows more about historical stuff. I had that person in a couple of games. Sometimes it was annoying, sometimes it was cool, right? Like, that's just how it is, because they, like, it depends on your table, and it depends on what you want out of your experience. If we're sitting down in our session 0, and we're saying, hey, we're going to play a fantasy game here that's not going to be historically accurate, then immediately all of your concerns are not bad. There we go. Hello.
And I'm your second host, Captain Chiral.
That's right. How you doing?
Not gonna lie though, I was kind of expecting the bit to be a bit better if like Boo was here, because Boo would have introduced himself as the second host, and I'd been like, none of that bullshit. Boo would have told you.
No.
But yeah, I accidentally fell asleep and I woke up like 3 minutes ago.
Dude, don't worry about it. I didn't think that we were going to be able to do this earlier than I thought before. So, you're fine. Fine. Why don't you jump in the watch together?
Oh, hell yeah.
And,
yeah.
We're only 3 minutes in, and I'll tell you what you've missed so far.
Oh, kind of a shame.
By the way, Timothy Martin says, nice to see you, Aiden.
Hello.
Good morning, Aiden, says Khan.
Good morn.
So, we're looking at...
yeah,
we're looking at historian. So far, what he has said is that in order to be a great dungeon master, a good dungeon master, a dungeon master, remember, not a dungeon gooder, that you need to know your history about medieval feudalism. You need to know this. Now, I've already given this my contentions on this. If you have any, of course.
I will agree to a point.
Okay.
Feudalistic societies in D&D are typically portrayed as the norm, and if that is to be the case in your world,
Exactly.
then you need to know that. If it's not the case in your world, then I would suggest having a reason to a reason that your world is not feudalistic. Insofar as if you were feudalistic, I would say have a reason that your world is feudalistic.
Sure, exactly, right?
Um,
I would also, let me just give you a little bit of a pushback there. I would also say that if you don't want to care about it too much, you don't have to.
yeah, no, it typically. So. Okay. Um, my world is home to a veritable bevy of nations that are all run with different ideals in mind.
Yeah.
All the way from wandering caravans, like akin to the Huns, to feudalistic societies, which is where the party started, and they're going into what is essentially my world's America.
Okay.
It's a very young country, very idyllic. Not idyllic. Has strong ideal.
Yeah.
Is constantly at war with sky high inflation.
Okay.
But like, you tend to like each country kind of feels a bit different when you're in it.
Yeah.
But like,
hello.
hello. I have stolen the second host spot.
Okay. You can have third. Fuck.
Did you also fall asleep until just a few minutes ago?
I did, but I had already let Alejo know about that.
That's true. Yeah.
Because there is there's a lunar eclipse slash blood moon tonight that won't happen again for another 372 years.
That was last night.
No, it's still happening. It's happening now.
No,
it's happening now. Trust me. We just went outside and we can already see the shadow moving.
What? I've been lied to?
You've been lied to, my guy.
Fuck me.
It's okay.
Well,
we've been lied. My roommate just said we've been lied to. Okay.
Is it still visible from where I am?
Well, I don't know. How's your fucking pollution levels?
You decent enough that you can still see the moon. Hold on, I'm gonna go check out the moon.
I saw the thing and it was like, hey man, no, not this time, and I was like, okay.
Well, the thing is, the news, of course, makes it a big deal that, it's happening on election day, you know.
Well, it was said, I was told it was happening at like 6 a.m. today. And I was like, fuck, man, I missed it.
No. It is happening at 10 p.m. to like a little bit past 12. So you got plenty of time to go out.
Oh, sick. Okay.
Yeah. So
at some point,
as a matter
I'm
of
just gonna
fact,
go outside.
Yeah, depending on when, depending on how long it takes to, deal with our god's shit, I may or may not take a few moments to just step outside.
Oh, absolutely, honestly.
Take a look at it.
At some point, I will also do the same.
Yeah.
I believe Aiden has already done so.
Yeah.
It's fair enough. Cool. Okay.
I cannot see it from my perspective. I'm pretty sure it's just like the view from my apartment views like southward, I think.
Okay.
For me,
very strongly southward, and I think it exists outside of my view, which is a shame.
I don't know I don't know where east is for you and how it would relate to where east is for me.
Right.
But for me, it was in the east. I imagine since it's the moon, it might still be east for you.
Right. Yeah.
Very likely.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'll give it a little while, and then I'll go check.
Well, that and you are 3 hours ahead of us, so.
That's
Yeah.
true.
The
But yeah.
eclipse hasn't happened here yet.
That's
Indeed.
true. Moon here
Too
looks like a
advanced.
glowing white night light. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, I don't
fucking
know.
bright as shit right now.
My roommate literally said I've been lied to. God damn it. Timothy Martin says hello, boo.
Hello.
Let's see. So yeah, we are just to catch you up, boo. We are talking about historians being historians, and that's the way that we can be dungeon masters, right?
Okay.
And Aiden was just giving his thoughts on this, and I'll let him finish in a second here, but I just want to let you know what, like, there's more to this that I haven't told Aiden yet, so you'll hear that in a second as well. But what I've told Aiden so far that you've missed is that in order to be a dungeon master, you need to learn about medieval feudalism.
Okay.
You need to.
You need to.
Right. So Aiden, if you would like to continue on your thought, and then Boo, you can give me your thought as well.
Yes. So yeah. Typically, you're not going to get into the minutia of medieval feudalism in your campaign. As such, having a familiarity with the topic such that you can paint in broad strokes is generally sufficient.
Yes.
I highly doubt you're going to encounter any scenarios that you wouldn't be able to kind of like stall for time while you're just like talking about some random bullshit while also Googling what the answer is.
Yeah. That's fair.
I generally think most people have a decent. So you don't need to be a master of the topic. You just need to be the better, like, relatively decent among your friend group.
Sure.
Can you know more than the average person? Because you don't need to be an expert. You just need to be like, oh, you just need to know the word surf and what it means and how to spell it.
That's fair. Yeah.
But that's about the end of my take.
Yeah.
What you got, Boo?
Let's see.
If you have no strong feelings, that's also fine.
Well, okay, so are we talking
But I
RPG?
will think you're a
Okay.
coward.
Yeah, this is only Dungeons and Dragons.
Only Dungeons and Dragons. By the way, 5th edition is only the thing in the title, so we've only been pertained to that this whole time. It's interesting.
Because the thing is, I actually did have a relatively decent take.
Sure.
But it was for Call of Cthulhu. So,
That's fair.
So then I have no take.
Okay.
I have nothing.
I think at the end of the day, regardless of what your skill level is in the topic, it depends on your table and what your setting is, right? Like, that's it. And again, if you don't want to engage with that at all, you can still run a great game. Like, fucking don't hit me with this. Secondly,
I'm sorry, I'm opening a bag of Nerds gummy clusters, very berry, because they're fucking good.
Good.
One.
So, secondarily, he also brought up that you also need to know Japanese feudalism specifically because
of course,
because the samurai class exists, and due to that, you need to know about daimyos, you need to know about wakazashis, you need to know about katanas. Apparently.
Well, I mean, if you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, you already have an extensive knowledge of fucking weebism, so you're.
That's right, but I extend my same take to this point as I did the last.
Okay. So I would love to weigh in on this. So I happen to know, like, specifically wakizashis, because I think that they're badass as hell.
That's cool. I don't know what
they're sort of like the equivalent. They're like a dirk. Do you know what a dirk is?
Yes.
Okay, they're like that, but for katana.
Oh, okay.
I kind of also like dirks, and I'm like, hey, they're pretty cool, I guess. Too bad the katanas are made out of like pig iron and are utter trash. But like,
no, you gotta fold them thousands of times.
Oh yeah, you gotta fold them 1,000 times, otherwise it's shit.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted, as a matter of public record, I am not part of the katana supremacy idiocy.
Oh. I'm not either.
Anyway, they're weapons that happen to be used in one of my favorite books about assassins. It's I forgot what this series is called. I think it was
Naruto.
Also that.
You made me spit on my fucking.
It's some book
The seminal
about
work of assassins.
That's true.
Yeah, it's some book about assassins with like one of the best magic systems of. What the fuck is it called?
I have no idea, man. I can't help you. I'm sorry.
Did I not bring that book with me?
Oh, idiot.
Yeah, I know.
Fucking dumbass. Cites a book he doesn't even have. Jesus.
Fuck. Alright. The only title that came to mind was Darker Than Black, which I do also really like. But that's just an anime.
Sure.
Yeah.
I remember hearing about it because of the show at one point. Somebody said something about it.
I specifically remember the tagline, "The perfect assassin has no friend," which is edgy as fuck.
Oh yeah.
But it's
Obviously.
Specifically the way they used magic was like fascinating, and that's kind of why I liked the system, even though I hated the character.
Sure.
Anyway, they used a wakizashi, and I'm like, ooh, like claps hands, like this is fun, this is neat. And then, okay, I'm getting lost in the weeds. Garibay.
Mm-hmm.
The samurai class is nothing more than the mathematical formula for how that character interacts with your D&D world.
Mm-hmm.
Japan, in your D&D world, does not necessarily exist. It can exist.
Yeah.
And in which case I would recommend Japanese feudalism.
Yeah.
But if Japan doesn't exist, and a country modeled after Japan doesn't exist, then why do I need to know this information?
Exactly.
Because a samurai also is from Japan.
That's right. Yeah.
And,
have you ever been? I mean, come on.
Man, I wish.
Actually, I would.
Man,
go.
I'm going through my exchange program,
Oh.
and fucking, it's really hard to learn proper Japanese from JoJo, man. Everybody thinks you look fucking weird.
I've got a lot of more seasons to watch your JoJo.
Oh, I never thought about it.
It's really hard to get the hand signs down from Naruto.
Right.
That's how they communicate, right?
Right. Yeah, that's true. You got
People
it.
just fucking do hand signs in the corner.
That's right.
All the time.
The subtotal of Japanese I've learned from JoJo is that teme means you, and it's kind of rude.
Oh.
And it's because Dio says it all the time.
Damn
and Kono Diada.
I know.
So I can say you, and I am Dio.
I know Mina is everyone.
Yep.
And I know Gomenasari and Sumi excuse me.
Yeah.
Daijobu, you okay?
Yeah, Daijobu, you okay?
Yeah. Now, you can't tell me you don't know Nani.
Oh, of course. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm not gonna, yeah, of course. Anyway, it's a beautiful language. I wish I knew it. So that's basically where we're at in 3 minutes of this 9-minute video already.
Yeah, no, we're nowhere.
So let me just read a few more of the things in the chat that I missed from before, and we'll get going. You know what else is in 5e DMG? Laser pistols. That's true. Yeah. So
damn right.
So do I need to know how lasers work? Apparently, yes. You need to know the future. Idiot. Come on.
I need you.
You need to know the future that hasn't. I mean, the history that hasn't even happened yet.
That's right.
I need to be very opinionated as to whether las guns hit their target immediately or fire a projectile.
Right. Exactly.
It's immediate.
True. If
it's a projectile. God damn it! They're not true lasers.
Yeah.
Why do they call them las guns?
Right.
Why the fuck do you need batteries?
Because it still takes energy.
No, you don't. No, you're stupid.
No, you're dumb.
No, you. See,
Cadia stands, motherfucker. Anyway, go on.
Cadia does stand.
It is.
How to halt an argument and get everyone involved
to stand and salute.
Stand and salute with a quivering bottom lip.
That's right. Exactly. Okay. Yeah. True.
By the way, if you guys don't play Cadians in Darktide, I will shame you all forever.
That's fine. No, you can shame me.
I am playing Ogren. I don't care.
You can be a Cadian Ogren.
Okay.
Can you actually? Oh my god.
Yeah. No, you can pick your character and then you can pick your backstory.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, I need to.
It's fucking sick as hell.
I'm so excited for it.
I know.
That's the end of this month, right?
Yep, November 30th.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Anyway, yeah, true, if you use wrong dive damage for a longbow, it will destroy you. So, that was the next thing. So, sorry, I forgot that he started mentioning this. The reason why you need to know this is because you potentially could have somebody at the table go, well, that's not how it was historically. And also, but this longbow does this die of damage. Could we change that to this die of damage? Those were the two reasons that I was given, and I immediately said, well, not necessarily. No. Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. All you have to do is say, this isn't real Japan, this is fantasy Japan, so we're not going to do that.
Or
alternate universe or something.
Or even simpler here, like I was saying before, in your session 0, you say, we're playing a fantasy setting that isn't historically accurate. Boom.
Yeah.
Like, it's so simple. But if you're in that historical setting, then sure. But even so, it might be more helpful.
Then you just play Legend of the Five Rings.
It might be more helpful, though, if somebody goes, well, actually, if they're more knowledgeable in this subject than you are, then they go, well, actually, this actually works this way because of in this time period. And then you go, oh, thank you. Right? And then you incorporate it, and you figure out what you're doing from there. It's all about how you take it, how you communicate after you get this information. Please don't be a dickhead. Also, apparently, this was before when you got in here, Aiden. So it sounds like you need coffee. That was from Indigo.
Hell of an assumption, Indigo.
Yeah.
So,
he's so much he left him speechless. Obviously.
I don't need coffee. I'm not.
You cut out a bit. What?
Oh, I said I don't need coffee. I'm not.
Okay. But I would say that if you want your setting to look like feudal Japan, you do need to know what a daimyo is. However, anything you say about the setting you created is true. Yeah. And as long as you're open to changing things if they work better, then yeah. But ultimately up to you, right? I believe Indigo also said Con and Indigo both said hello, Boo.
Hello.
Oh, what the hell, Con? What the hell, Indigo? Where's my hello?
But I would also assume that if you're interested enough in feudal Japan to base a setting on it, you probably know what a daimyo is. More than
Yeah.
likely. Need to go outside. BRP said Indigo. I was probably back when talking about that.
Yeah.
I agree with what Aiden and Lux said. If you want to use stuff from the real world, then knowing things about that time period helps. If not, then anything goes.
Exactly.
That was the glowing eye. Okay. I can see the edge of it sort of shadowed. Oh, sick. The moon is getting covered soon, hopefully. Yeah, I'm gonna give it until like maybe 11, maybe later. I also have told people in on a group chat to message if true. If D&D was trying to simulate the historical reality of living in the 1100s medieval Europe, then sure, you need to know the history of it. But D&D is about killing monsters and getting shiny objects. Yes, it's very cursory with its usage in the official stuff.
Ironically, if you wanted to do that, you would play the precursor to D&D, Chainmail.
True.
Yeah.
Boo is a ghost. He could have lived thousands of years ago with who knows, right? Which
Indeed.
makes you potentially the expert here.
Yes,
in
potentially.
That culture. Yeah.
I won't confirm. I can confirm. Can't. Oh, never mind.
Yeah. No, I got you. As far as I know, beholders and magic didn't exist in medieval Europe. As far as you know.
Yeah.
A perfect assassin has all the friends. A perfect assassin is liked and trusted by everyone. That's true.
That's a very good counter to that, actually.
Also, you don't need a country modeled after Japan to have samurai in your setting. People get isekai'd into fantasy settings from Japan all the time. That's true. There you go.
From modern Japan.
Yeah. Also, I know exactly how laser guns work in real life. They don't. Any place without
I gotta
Japan.
crush my dreams.
Any place without Japan in it is a sad place. Yes.
That's true.
All right. So, Garibay, please regale us more with your wisdom.
Games have been rewritten because people are like, oh, the medieval longbow is not represented here well from a damage perspective. You know, like, and you will get some wonks, some history wonks up in your game. And so you need to know history,
Right.
okay?
Apparently you will. You will.
Yeah, you just
Don't-
will.
Don't you ever doubt that someone is going to tell you how history was. Ever. Always going to happen. Timmy, little Timmy out there, you're 3 years old.
Yeah, little 10-year-old DM.
That's right.
With last week, I remember that only 10-year-olds play D&D.
That's right. That's also true. I remember this. So all you 10-year-olds out there.
What a strange evolution of DM versus player.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop there. Once you have a good understanding of medieval history.
Oh my god, he's not driving. He's parked.
No!
Yeah, no.
Oh my god, I just noticed. I've been watching
What
this
the
video
fuck?
for like 3.5 minutes. What the fuck?
This isn't Garibay.
Help me.
You got the wrong video.
Help me. He's still in the car, so I'm still slightly safe, but help me.
Yeah, no, this is fucking weird.
I saw a
going off
car go
script,
past
Garibay.
him, and I was like, what? Okay, sorry.
Gary, we're going off script here. Garibay.
You know, once you have a good understanding of medieval history, of Japanese history, right? Then in addition to that, to make a great Dungeon Master game, you need to pull in additional really dope, really like expressive, exciting aspects of other nations' history. So like you will find things in Canadian history, in French history, in Russian history, in African history, right? Stories and, you know, and actually not when I say story, this is the story being captured, not a fiction story, but a real story of things that actually happened.
When you say history, that's what that means.
Yeah, we know.
Garibay.
Like we fucking get it.
I think that everybody. So,
I'm less inclined to disagree with him on this.
Oh, no, so I was going to say...
this is fine.
I was going to say, absolutely. If you want to get inspiration from historical events, abso-fucking-lutely. That's great. Again, if you don't want to do that, you also don't have to.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like, this is good if you're in this mindset. Sure. That's about it.
Yeah, so, like, I have a motto, personally, that I am going to say that I came up with because I want credit for it.
Okay, so you know exactly where it came from.
Yes.
Yeah, if you're sure.
Decent artists come up with stuff on their own. Good artists borrow. Great artists steal.
Yeah.
And, like, I will literally draw inspiration from fucking anywhere. Including, like, most recently, an example was, did you guys know about the Attack of the Dead Men?
No.
Attack of the Dead Men.
Never heard of this.
No.
So it was a famous battle in World War One.
Oh wait,
Germans
I
were
do know
fighting
this.
against
I'm
the
sorry.
Russians. Yeah.
I don't know this. I don't know this.
I have heard
And
this.
the Germans just bombed the fuck out of the Russians with a lot of gas.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
So the Russians eventually led like a countercharge, and when they led it, they were all like pale and sickly and green because they've just been gassed to fuck. They were coughing up bits of their own lungs.
Sure.
And the Germans were like, "What the fuck are these zombies?" And they were so scared they ran.
Oh, wow.
Offensive worked.
That's a real story.
That's
actually.
amazing.
It's badass, dude.
Sucks for those guys, but man.
Well, they won.
I mean, well, they won,
but they all died.
They all
I
died.
mean, it's Russia. That's what they expect.
But yeah, that's sick. So you took
Russia is
inspiration
literally the exact embodiment of 99% casualties. Mission status. Victory.
Oh yeah, that's the meme.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Yeah.
And charge toward the enemy, but do not stop the artillery.
Yes.
Indeed.
Yeah. So you took inspiration from this.
Oh yes.
Very cool.
I had
You're gassing people? Come on, Aiden.
Magically casting like wither on like areas like Hallow, stuff like that.
Yeah.
And had high level casters that just bombard an area with magic.
Yeah.
And when the Relnarian soldiers like led a countercharge, the pregnant soldiers were like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Fucking zombies, dude.
This isn't real Garibay if the car isn't driving. That's true.
I know, it's so weird.
I know history. I don't understand Garibay, says Timothy. Very good. Yeah.
Well, it's a good thing we don't need to understand Garibay in order to be a good dungeon master.
That's right. I mean, he's not wrong
Ironically.
here. Yeah. He's not wrong here. The real world is dope sometimes, and there's so many things, that actually happened that you couldn't write if you tried. Yeah. I mean, you could try still. Why not? Yeah. But, yeah, he's not wrong. It's just that this isn't required.
Yeah.
It shouldn't be required, I don't think. It's useful and it's encouraged if you want this information. Absolutely, but it's not required. I agree there's lots of cool stories in the real world. Yeah. Okay.
Happened within these nations. The real history of these nations contain leaders, they contain martyrs, they contain inventors, they contain artists, they contain all these incredibly epic stories which good dungeon masters constantly are pulling from, right? And history is a powerful, powerful source of making Dungeons and Dragons better, because you can pick the most dramatic points in Russian history, the most dramatic points in French history, right? And for most of your players, it'll go right over their head, and they'll think you created this dramatic, tense, awesome, Jenga pile of drama.
True. Actually true.
Yeah.
True and based.
This is the most agreeable video that we have watched yet.
Yeah, aside
honest.
from the fact that you have to know it.
Right. The one thing that is the video is based off of, which is having to know this shit, right?
Yeah.
But regardless, everything else is like, yeah, no, this is true.
Yeah.
If you do this, but you don't have to. But it is cool.
Yeah. The Garibay formula is like 5 minutes of stuff that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
And then he just goes way off the deep end.
Well,
yeah.
Well,
So, like,
we'll see.
I'm still waiting for that.
Right. We'll see.
Right? And one person will get, oh, this is just France 1740, right?
Huh.
But they won't be like, ooh, you just, cribbed French history 1740. They'll be like, oh, I see you. Right? So you are.
Oh, you know history. That must mean you're better than me.
Oh.
This is why it's a good idea to borrow stuff and then put your own twist on it. So even if they do recognize, like,
there's something,
the player will go, "Oh, dude, but you would put your own twist on it. Oh, cool."
Yeah.
He sounded smart just now. I'm so confused.
I know. This is so fucking weird.
It's because he's not driving.
Yeah, I mean, he might have a bit more brain power to put in his
giga brain.
Yeah. I try to look past it, but I can't. The car is not moving, is getting to me. It's fair.
And you can't have a dismissive amount of knowledge, right?
What?
I've read easily 10 books on samurais alone, right? And on medieval feudalism.
It's cool.
I know what a parapet is, right? Like, normal
so do
people
most
don't
of
know
us.
what a
Yeah, so do we.
He's been choosing the most very like basic and generic things. He went for kings and queens, lords and nobles, like bards. He went now parapets, and then for the Japanese stuff, he went daimyos, katanas, I've already forgotten how to say it.
Wakizashi.
Thank you. Wakizashi is those ones I don't know personally, so that one got me. But other than that, like, he's not really gone into anything specific. And it's one of those things where I said it before, but I'll say it again. If he went into more specific things and explained them a little bit and got me more interested in the history, right? Then I would go, oh, yeah, because it would then inspire me to go like, oh yeah, there's some really cool shit, right? Just like with how Aiden literally gave us that one part of history, where I'm now like, damn, that's sick as hell, right?
Like, there is a so Sabaton is not for everyone, but there is a sick as hell Sabaton song called Attack of the Dead Men.
Oh, cool.
That I would highly recommend to everyone.
All right, there you go. Of course, he's read all those books. He's been a dungeon master from birth, after all. Since 12.
Oh, yeah.
Since 12. Don't forget.
Yes, when Garibay was born.
You're right.
parapet is, right? Like, normal people can't say, oh, when this is what a portcullis is, and like,
What?
Normal people also know what a rampart is.
Yeah.
I'm sure if you were to say, like, if I were to walk up to someone and just say the words Aerosmith, they probably wouldn't know exactly what it is, but given the name, I'm sure they could divine.
They could figure it out. Yeah.
Yeah, that's not that hard to figure out.
No.
And they can't tell you, well, this is the basic structure of castles, and this is why they have walls, and there's an inner area, and it's just. It's a significant thing. Okay. It's a discipline that
Garibay, do you realize how many people have watched Game of Thrones at this point?
Well,
I think people know what a castle is now.
Right? No, Game of Thrones is actually what I'm going to lead to, and I'm going to kind of lead into something that kind of hard agrees with him.
Okay.
Okay.
Namely, in the ending of Game of Thrones, where they have the cavalry break up the line of, like, the dead are marching, and they're like, we will send in the cavalry as our first wave.
Oh, Jesus Christ, you're talking about that battle.
And we will deploy our catapults outside of the castle wall.
Ah!
And like, every single fan who knew anything about medieval tactics
they
was
didn't even
like
need to know.
Having a fucking hemorrhage.
Oh my god.
You mean an aneurysm?
Getting both, really. Come on.
Well, I mean,
fuck me.
Hemorrhage just means bleed.
Right.
Yeah, it does. It does.
The battle. Oh god, what was that called?
The battle of Winterfell.
Was it actually just called the Battle of Winterfell? I thought it
Battle
had
of Winterfell.
worse. Damn.
The battle of we don't know what the fuck to do with our catapults.
Dude, you don't understand. It was so. Oh my god,
dude! No, I've played Total War Warhammer.
No, I know you understand, but like you don't understand how that makes me feel, right?
Yeah, no, I understand.
Oh yeah, we got a sex bot in here. Sick.
We got
a
what?
I'm gonna get rid of it.
What?
Oh, we got an X bot.
There's literally a sex bot that's like
sex bot. Oh, nice. Why are we getting rid of this?
It's annoying.
Oh,
there we go.
So no, legitimately they deploy their cavalry as Christian
You're good.
The word cavalry and Calvary are
that's fair.
The same word in my mind, and I keep forgetting which is which.
You're good.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
One is pretty useless. One is some dudes on horses.
That's right.
For those of you who know what cavalry is, yeah.
Okay, which one is the horses?
Cavalry. Calvary is the hill upon which Jesus was crucified.
It is.
Oh, that's right. Wow. Anyway,
so one is significantly more useful. Sorry, guys.
So, well, hey, one's caused a lot more death, and the other has horses.
That's true.
Crusade.
Spicy tonight.
Crusade.
Go
on.
Oh, I was just thinking Ireland.
Well, you know,
religion in general.
I just think in the Crusades every time. That's all.
It is. Anyway, you deploy cavalry as after both infantries have started attacking each other.
Yes.
You loop them around the flank, and then you have them crash into your enemy's flank.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You don't fucking lead with them because they're incredibly ineffective at breaking up lines. They're more effective at causing people to rout.
Yes.
Either that, or
you know what zombies don't do? Rout.
That's true.
Yeah. Unless you know that the infantry force is not very
armored.
Not very well trained, and they don't have spears.
It's also true.
In which case, a decisive cavalry charge can do something.
Yeah.
It's still more effective to do it the other way, but
it's just.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Let's deploy the catapults outside of the walls.
What the fuck was that about?
Dude, they didn't know. They didn't know anything. They
didn't listen to Garibay.
They were literally fucking following just the books, and that's it. They couldn't have an original fucking thought, and when they did, it was that! Zombies always pass their morale checks, that's true.
Until you kill the ghoul that's
right.
keeping them alive, and then they disintegrate.
Over time, yeah.
Or not disintegrate. Crumble. That's it.
That's right. Castles have walls because walls do a good job of keeping people out. Yes. Aeroslit sounds like a heavy metal rock band from 1200 Scandinavia. Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah, dude.
I've listened to their album.
Yeah, portcullis, the metal part of a gate that raises up. There, problem solved. Yeah, exactly right. That's the thing. Fucking fantasy has introduced, because of its popularity, it has introduced so many terms, so many things that into the popular zeitgeist, the popular consciousness,
the cultural lexicon.
Yes,
if you will.
Thank you.
That's another one.
Yes. And it's done this, and it's really given a lot of this stuff to, if we want to call them normal people, everybody knows about it usually, and if they don't, they will find out at one point. They will.
Yeah. Not to mention, if you've seen these kinds of things before, you can kind of get it through context.
Yeah, true.
Raise the portcullis, and then that part raises.
Yeah, and it goes up. Yeah,
that's probably
yeah.
You know.
Cavalry would be good for harassing the enemy infantry from the beginning, but you don't want to charge straight in with them like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
If somebody. Apparently, though,
let's have a moment where the entirety of the Dothraki cavalcade is there, holding their arax, and then the one woman who is going to die for no good reason because we have no idea what to do with her plotline.
Right.
We'll say some muju juju, and then all their weapons go whoosh.
That's right. That is true. And then they go in, and then they die, and then they come back.
Oh.
Let's have a moment where the gates of King's Landing explode outward before the dragon's fire reaches them.
Ooh, that sounds cool.
It was so funny.
Oh.
It was so funny. We were because Aiden and I were just in a call, and we were talking about this shit, and then we found, and he showed it to me. It's so funny.
Specifically went frame by frame, and I was like, "Look!"
It was so funny. Anyway,
Sounds like a great show.
There was a time. Apparently, what I hear though is House of the Dragon is actually very good.
So
actually, that is what I have heard. I have not watched it myself, and I probably won't watch it for a while, but apparently it's good.
Good.
Which is just interesting. It's okay. We're going on a tangent for a second. You know, fucking Rings of Power.
Yeah.
So I've been following that from coverage from other people. Fuck me. First off. Second off, House of the Dragon has been fucking destroying that fucking show in its popularity because it's actually well written.
I bet.
And that's great. I'm so happy. Unfortunately, so far as I know, they haven't canceled Rings of Power yet, and they're going to be bringing it out for another 5 years.
Holy fuck!
I think it was that
Infinite Capital.
I think it. No, sorry. The reason why is because they're doing a season per year.
Oh.
And they have more money than God, but it looks the worst it's ever looked, and it has no good writers behind it at all.
What is the actual story of Rings of
Power? It is Galadriel, being very angry and best at everything.
Okay.
Who goes to Numenor to tell them that bad things are happening, and evil is still a thing, and the elves are dying because they're losing the light of the Valar, but you don't ever know what the Valar are. So,
for fuck's sake.
And they need to get Mithril because it has the light in it because it was made by a Balrog and a Valar that fought near a tree, I think it was.
What the fuck?
And it infused the Mithril with good and evil so much that it is good for them and very powerful. And
so fucking lost.
And
it feels like someone took in those ad-lib stories.
Yep.
And then I adjective upon the noun.
Yes.
Yep. This feels like someone did that, but decided to make it a MacGuffin.
Yes, I'm going broad strokes here. And also, while Galadriel is out there, people hate elves because they're taking our jobs. And 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 also there's another elf with her who is definitely not Sauron, but is totally Sauron.
Okay, so this is like set before.
Yes, but it is not. It has barely. It is names at most. Okay.
Oh, okay.
With anything in the Silmarillion. Legitimately.
Yeah.
They did not care. They did not give a shit.
It's in the Silmarillion? Okay, put that shit in there.
No. It is more, they never said that they didn't do this.
Oh god.
Yes. So the not Sauron who is totally Sauron just wants to be at peace and is just hanging out, and he wants to be a cool blacksmith. Who is pushed to be Sauron basically because Galadriel says, "Hey, you aren't going to be happy that way. You need to fight things." And people are going to try to twist it who defend it, or like, no, he's manipulating her. It's like, no, he's not.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Can I get a link to the chat?
Yeah. No worries.
Just because I have a link to put in that chat.
Absolutely. I got you.
And I will also post it in the group chat so that you guys can see it.
All right. So, let me tell you. Mordor was spawned because of a sword in a keyhole, I think it was. And oh god, what else? Oh, sorry, I've completely, because they don't matter. I completely forgot about the not halflings. So yes, that's true.
Do tell.
Believe me, it was me listening to the fact that this exists. There are proto hobbits called
Mostlings?
Harfoots, I believe they are.
Oh!
And
What a shame.
they're stupid. Like, they don't care about their people, even though they're supposed to. So much so that one of them, who is not like other Harfoots, who doesn't want to stay on the path and hang her head low and be safe, finds...
She doesn't want to be a Disney princess. She wants to go out and have adventure. Finds
from the sky a comet that goes down and is not Gandalf. I promise isn't Gandalf. It's actually, like, legitimately though, it's Gandalf.
Yeah.
But it's not.
And that's why Gandalf likes the halflings. Oh my god, it all makes sense now. It's so well written.
I know, right, exact. That's what they were thinking, and
expectations have been subverted.
So, and they try to, like, tease that maybe he's actually Sauron with, like, eye imagery and shit, but he's not, and nobody believed it.
Them. Yeah.
Anyway, and then the Harfoots, they don't like that this guy exists because he does magic sometimes, and sometimes they get in the way because they're stupid, and then they get hurt, and he goes, "Aw," and they go, "Fuck you, man."
We got in the way. Why did you do that?
Yes. And they have to go across, like, on a journey to a pilgrimage to a place that's the Shire, I think it's supposed to be, like the Proto-Shire?
The almost Shire. The not
dude,
Shire
I don't
yet.
even know, man. But regardless, and because they basically just wished death upon this one Harfoot and Gandalf and others that are cool with him. Because one, I'm fine with that, and two, he's different and they don't like him. And
me no like different.
That's right, and he's going to get them in trouble and die, even though they do that pretty well themselves. Also they changed how orcs work.
Tell.
So you know
they're less racist.
Yes.
Oh well, that's good. That's good. They're
I don't
not
know.
black people anymore. Okay,
so,
that's good.
So no, well, that's not true.
I know.
So
they are.
No. Anyway, so legitimately, you know how the whole thing about orcs is that they don't like being in the sun because that's bad for them in a way, right? Because they don't, it's like a symbol of, like, you know, purity
dark
and goodness and
all
that kind of stuff. And they get like, they're like,
of the sun versus of the nine, the day be good.
Yes, exactly. So now they burn in the sun.
Oh,
That's a thing now, but
Well,
only
well,
sometimes.
This is the past. It's fine. They developed a
Right,
resistance
yeah.
to it in the movies.
Absolutely.
I
they
hate
burn
this.
when in the sun when it's convenient to the plot.
Yes.
That too.
Yes. And also, let's see, what else am I forgetting that's this broad strokes kind of thing? Elrond is an idiot.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Well, at least that's a faithful adaptation.
No.
I think he was probably kind of a little bit, maybe, possibly, smart in the books.
Sorry,
I
mean, he just walked away from Isildur. Let's be honest here. They just let Isildur walk away with the fucking ring.
I hear people talking elves, and the rock and stone part of me wants to talk shit.
Oh, don't worry. All the dwarves are stupid too. Don't worry about that.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Impossible.
Oh, well. Don't worry about it. Actually, to be fair, some of the dwarves are actually, like, the most characters that there are, so... You know what? No, you're right. you're actually correct. They're, like, the most of a character that you could have. But they... they teased the Balrog at one point as well. That was neat.
It
doesn't...
Balrog is cool.
The Balrog... Do you remember the Balrog? Do you remember the Balrog? I remember the Balrog. I clapped. I clapped when I saw the Balrog.
He was my favorite character.
That's right.
Does this happen after the Lord of the Rings?
No, this is way before, apparently.
After The Hobbit, before the Lord of the Rings?
No, way before.
Yeah, no, this is way before. This is when Sauron was still corrupting people.
Yeah.
Like, and he was
supposedly.
Still doing shit. No, he was.
No, I know. No. I know what they
like
want
in
you
the
to
show,
think.
He's like, oh, maybe. But
dude, I know what they want you to think,
no,
but no. It doesn't.
That's his deal.
It just, like, it's supposed to be that way, but fuck me. No. Yeah, it's the Second Age. That's right. It's bad. It's just not good. I would highly recommend looking into people's coverage of it that actually are critical and actually, like, know what's going on and what they're doing. Because, man, it is, wow. It's amazing. I love current media.
Con of Seven said something really interesting. From what I heard, Amazon didn't have the rights to the Silmarillion, so they're only legally allowed to make fan fiction, basically.
I think they have some rights to some things, and then they don't have rights to some other things. They really, apparently, from what I've heard, they really wanted to use hobbits, but they weren't allowed them, so they went in and they were like, oh, there are proto-hobbits? So they went for those.
Why does everybody give us such a much shit about the hobbits?
Dude, they're popular because they had good hobbits in the movies. Like, that's why. They want to try to get that again, but they can't because they're not allowed.
Fucking feet, though.
Yeah, their feet are pretty big and hairy.
Pretty fucking gross, man.
Yeah, that's
shave your feet. I can't believe I have to say that.
Should have got Quentin Tarantino.
Yeah, that's right.
At least then they'd be silky smooth and gorgeous. No, you're right.
It's hard to use cavalry right in video games though because you have to micromanage. Yes, but it's the benefits of micromanaging.
That's why I don't fucking use them in Total War.
I do, but I usually use the pause feature.
I'm not a fucking coward.
I am.
I'm totally a coward too.
I'm 100% a coward. I've admitted this publicly many times.
Yeah, no, I can't play that game without pausing it.
yeah, I'm bad at it.
I'm not Legend of Total War.
Yeah, right. House of the Dragon is way better than the Lord of the Rings D&D show. Yeah, basically it's somebody's campaign that they just put in there.
That's not very good.
No, Rings of Power is like the Lord of the Rings story was made by the people who did the D&D movies. The old ones, yeah, basically, yeah.
Blue lips.
By the way, did you guys see that? I know we're on this tangent, but did you guys see that they pushed back the D&D movie release?
No.
Yeah, it's delayed.
Oh. Why?
I didn't look into it further. I just saw that Paramount delayed it, and I was like, okay. I do want to watch it and talk about it.
To do some voice work.
No, they're not going to do that. They have Chris Pine, dude.
Oh.
They're ready. They're good. I don't know. It doesn't, like, it literally doesn't matter to me at all.
One of the Hollywood Chris's?
Yes.
No.
Only one of them.
Only one. There's 3.
I'm going to watch it just because I want to see if it's anything more than generic. That's it. Right?
Yeah.
Um. Yes, Amazon thing. Amazon spent $1 billion to buy what rights they could to put this dreck of a show out. Yes, that is true.
I mean, hell, they'll make that back in a week. I don't know why they didn't just spend all the money to be like, hey, just give us everything.
Dude, I don't know. Well, I don't think they wanted to give them everything. First off, they couldn't buy everything. But second off, like,
that's true.
I don't know why they didn't just. Yeah, right. I didn't know they have time and they have more than God. So like, why don't they get people who can write well? I don't know. Understand why they need to. Why
because
is
they
writing...
already spent $1 billion getting it. They don't want to spend $1 billion more making it good.
You're right. I don't understand why writers aren't actually like, I don't know, valued anymore.
That's why I'm doing it myself.
Same. Fuck me. I'd say Galadriel's problem in Rings of Power is really that other than fighting, she's bad at everything, and that's not her character at all. No. She's good at everything. The show thinks she's the greatest, and that's it. Like, she tells people, I remember this specifically. She starts to try to tell people how to fight, and she only really tells them about footwork, I think. And that was really it. And the way they chose their captain was because...
Footwork is important in fighting.
Well, that was it.
Oh.
Like... That was all that, like there wasn't much of a montage with that as far as I remember it. But there was something specific with that was off, and I can't remember what it is. And regardless, the way that they chose their second in command was the person that could, like, hit her with...
That's right! I remember you telling me this!
Like, actual swords? So, yeah.
They were sparring with live ammunition?
Yeah, like that trope in everything where you always spar with something that could kill you if you fuck up. It's great.
Oh, yeah.
Because that's the point of sparring.
Is to kill each other.
But you could use a wooden sword. I don't know, man.
But it's not a real sword. He has to know how to use a real one.
Well, yes, but you don't have to potentially, I don't know, kill your friend. It's like with, like...
But what if I can understand. Then he would need to.
I can understand it if you're in like armor and all that kind of stuff entirely. But when you're just out there like with nothing on and you're just fucking fighting with a sword to each other, like what are you doing? First off,
Galadriel was naked in that scene.
No.
Oh.
I just and I get sure there's precedent for it, but at the same time, I don't understand why you would...
It doesn't matter this precedent is stupid.
Yeah.
Though, in fairness to them, even George R.R. Martin does that.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's good for him to do it either.
I know. I'm just saying it's a very easy mistake to fall into.
And it's an easy mistake to correct.
Yeah.
Literally, yes, I understand, like... You're going to want to use, like, metal, like, swords to train with. Sure.
Use something blunt.
Yeah, don't use something with edges.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, it's so
use, like,
simple.
A metal stick.
Use something that will still fucking hurt if you catch it with the ribs.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, that's something, right? It's exactly the same as it's like people fucking sparring with, like, a lightsaber. Like, fuck me.
Well, they don't spar with lightsabers. They block the lasers from the little robots, and that's it.
No, they spar with lightsabers, too. It's fucking stupid.
In what?
In Kenobi.
Of course.
They do it. But legitimately, it's just one of... anyway, so...
Yeah. I'm not even that big of a Star Trek fan, and even I know that.
Star Trek, god damn it. Second Age, yes. Amazon replaced the hobbits with gully dwarves.
Holy shit. Anyway, sorry.
There's nothing more D&D than sessions delayed. Yes, that is true. That was the thing that I saw a lot of people saying, which I was like, haha, but also, uh-oh. That's not what that means, though.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I use cavalry to chase down broken enemies to shatter them, but that's pretty much it. I mean, I won't go into battle without some of them, but that's the extent of her use.
Yeah. I tend to forego cavalry in favor of monstrous infantry.
Absolutely.
They're just more versatile.
That's fair. I don't remember her being good at anything. The show might have been trying to say she was good at things, but she wasn't. Oh, you're right, and you're absolutely correct. Don't worry about it. You are accurate. Don't worry.
They are not.
They are not. But I especially mean when she's trying to convince people to do things. Until Sauron told her what to do, she failed spectacularly at it. Yes, also true. She just kind of goes up to people and says for them to do things, and they say, get out, basically. It's great.
And so why are we confused as to why people don't like elves?
Yeah, she's not really setting a good example, but they literally do the elves steal our jobs thing when there are 2 elves who have come here for the first time in a long time.
Wait, no, they actually
do this.
Jobs?
Yes, this is actually a thing.
Wait,
yes,
what jobs are they trying to? What jobs are they taking?
Yeah,
nothing.
Climbing a tree and being namby-pamby bitches.
Literally, I think his name is Haldar. Haldar is
brother.
I think literally Haldar is Sauron. So he's Haldar at this point, I think, something like that. And the only thing he's trying to do is like to be a blacksmith. That's it. He's just like, hey guys, I just want to try to be a blacksmith. And they're like, you need a thing for this. And then he steals one like an asshole. Like an idiot.
I mean,
really.
yeah, only humans can be blacksmiths. Everybody knows this,
right? Exactly. But that's the only profession that anyone is trying to do.
I know that's the joke.
No,
because dwarves are blacksmiths, fucking hobbits are blacksmiths, orcs are blacksmiths.
No,
fucking everybody is a blacksmith.
Exactly. That's the point, right? It's like they literally just try to force in that social commentary. It's like no, you don't understand how to make it even remotely subtle. What the fuck is wrong with you? Stop! Don't do this. Anyway. Does Garibay know the original of zombies is undead workers who don't need food or sleep? Eating brains is a thing ghouls do, not zombies. I say this because he said knowing history is needed to D&D. That's true. I don't know, probably. Okay, that's enough tangents there. You got your little taste of what I think about things and what these guys now think about things that I've told them. So, fucking, let's finish this.
Fed
video.
Me your opinions.
They were delicious.
Called the master, and it is no small thing. It's really major, right? So, and what happens if you get it wrong?
Oh,
right.
Oh, no.
So one, at the low end, people are like, I'm not really comfortable with that. Like, I don't think you're doing a great job of making this have a medieval feudalism feel, right? And if you have a player at the table who's like, I wasn't expecting laser guns, I wasn't expecting things that don't fit medieval feudalism at the macro level. Okay, you can fill 49% of your game with things that aren't medieval feudalism, but generally 51% should fit, right? Like, and you.
Where did the laser guns come into this? What are we doing? Huh?
They're also in the DMG. And
yes, they are.
Fairness
but
to him,
they are. And I pointed this out before. So
if you're running a fucking medieval game, why are you even bringing up lasers?
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, that sounds like a sick ass medieval thing.
I get
where
like
all of a sudden the knights are fucking having laser guns, and that's why they're knights.
It's 40K.
Yeah, dude.
Like where they're coming down and they're just like, what the fuck is this? And it's just 40K at that point.
Oh my dude, that'd be amazing to do that. And it's like, shit, all of a sudden you whip out the other book. It's like, now we're playing this.
Yeah. Like,
and then everybody's a fucking space marine.
Basically. So but like you're gonna have one guy who says, why you don't have it? It's like, yeah, I guess if you're doing this.
Yeah.
I don't
But
technically,
who
zombies in movies work more like ghouls in D&D, in older editions at least. Yes.
I happen to be fond of ghouls, like in The Witcher, where ghouls are just necrophages, and they're just a type of animal.
That's true.
Oh, that's interesting.
I really appreciate what The Witcher does for a lot of monsters. They're just animals, and that's about it, and it's cool.
Oh, yeah. Did you know that The Witcher's getting a new trilogy?
Oh, they recast. You're talking about the series, right? Or are you talking about the games?
I think of games.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, because they've already announced that Cyberpunk is getting a sequel, and then The Witcher's getting a whole new trilogy.
Wow. What are they going from for that, though?
I don't know.
I thought Geralt's dead now, technically.
Maybe it's gonna be a new Witcher. By the way, spoilers.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool. because
Yeah,
I was thinking,
I think they're just doing that because, like, oh shit, Cyberpunk fucked up. Let's go back to the safe space. Safe space.
that's true. Well, they're also capitalizing off edge runners now at this point too, right?
Yeah.
But I thought you were talking about the series because I remember seeing Henry Cavill was like he's leaving that show, and he was like one of the major people who actually tried to keep things like tied to The Witcher. And like he had a lot of creative like decisions that he got through that actually made it in and made it so that the show was at least somewhat okay at points.
Yeah, and now it's open derision of the source material.
Yeah, now it's gonna be Liam Hemsworth, I believe, Chris Hemsworth's brother.
Yes.
Oh.
And he's going back to being Superman, which is cool, I guess. But I hope that they actually get somebody good to write for Superman, because fuck me.
Be nice. Yeah,
fuck me.
Because like I'm one of the few people. Actually, no, wait, no, I don't know about you, Alejo. I'm one of the. I like Superman.
Yeah, I like Superman.
General. Okay, yeah, I didn't know if you were.
It took me a while to really understand Superman. So I was one of those people of like, he's just like really overpowered and stuff. But like, it's not about that, right?
It's not.
It's about a normal guy who is Superman, basically.
Yes, exactly.
Right? Which is way more interesting to me than what my brain thought it was.
Yeah. One thing that do you like the DC animated movies? They're very good.
I've seen a few of them. I've liked the few that I've seen. Have you seen
Superman versus the Elite? Watch that.
Not. No.
It's fantastic.
I will look into it.
It is based on it's an adaptation of the comic story What's So Funny About Truth, Justice, and the American Way.
Ooh,
very, very good.
Cool. Yeah, so yeah, I want to see a Superman that I can go, he's a like Superman.
Yeah, that's the one.
I miss old Superman.
Yes, not this fucking edgelord Superman.
Dude, Zack Snyder ruined Superman. It's great. It's funny.
Yeah.
Fucking defenders of Snyder fucking shit. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
hey, what were we talking about again?
All right, yeah. I'm uncomfortable.
So we were on Lord of the Rings, and then we moved over to something.
Yeah. Well,
I remember what we moved over to.
A little bit of The Witcher, I think. A little bit.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think the reason why I say that I think it's the games is because they mention Cyberpunk in the same breath. Like The Witcher, a new trilogy, and Cyberpunk sequel. So.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. I mean, if they're good, sure. If they're buggy, I won't buy them until they're fixed. Basically. Yeah, exactly. Just like what happened with Witcher 3, because that was a thing. Everybody remembers that, right? Oh, you forgot about it because of Cyberpunk? That's right.
Wait, was The Witcher 3 actually buggy on
Yes,
release?
it was apparently really fucking badly buggy. Yes.
Oh.
They've had this track record.
When it released, I was not into The Witcher.
Me either.
So like I only learned about it like way after the fact.
Everybody knows about it now because it's been fixed. And it's very good. But it was buggy as hell as well before. They have this track record, and it's just a thing that is the case for CD Projekt Red. But at the end of the day, they do continue to work on that shit, and they do continue to fix it. So there should be some ups given to them for that. Though, your mileage may vary depending on who you are. Yeah. But anyway, I'm uncomfortable with unfamiliarity with medieval feudalism. There's not nearly enough people dead from the plague. That's right. George Washington defeated Pharaoh Ramses II with his laser infantry in 1066. Didn't you know?
Fuck yeah, dude.
Yeah, that's right.
That just makes me think of that movie, Abraham Lincoln Zombie Hunter. Or was that
It's Vampire Hunter.
Vampire Hunter,
yeah.
Sorry.
I haven't watched it myself, but I know of it.
Yeah, I'm just like, that just gives me that kind of energy.
Since we're going off on tangents so much right now, you just reminded me that tomorrow I'm having some people over, and we're going to be watching The Velocipaster.
Yo!
Let me know how that is.
I will let you know. It looks so funny. I'm so excited.
So it's a velociraptor in like a nun habit?
No. It's a pastor who turns into a velociraptor.
Oh!
Yeah.
That's super cool. Oh.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping it would be a time-traveling velociraptor.
That would be kind of funny, too.
And then just winds up in his clothes and people go to confessional and the velocirapter and he eats them.
That would be really funny, but yeah. So I'm gonna
forgive me, Father, for I have sinned.
Yeah. But I had to bring up ghouls because used as zombies in movies and shows. It's always bugged me. Sorry, it's off topic. Oh, don't you?
No, we're not on topic
here?
right now. You're good.
Have you ever been here before?
Welcome to the podcast.
Right, I've seen you.
Where we don't talk about the thing we're supposed to be talking about.
It happens. It's fine. Anyway, I do want to see what else he's got to say about why this is bad on a macro level now, because he started with micro and now he's talking about macro, I think. So
definitely should not have stuff that you would be ignorant. Like, the reason you can't put a laser gun in Dungeons and Dragons is what the heck are wizards there for, right? Like,
whoa. Okay,
yeah,
wait a minute.
Wait to tell me what I can and can't do.
First off, and then second off,
campaign.
like we even had this discussion before about elevators and teleportation circles, right? Yeah. Technology and magic can coexist because they can serve different functions, and also it depends on how heavy your setting is. Like if it's magic based, or sorry, if it's got a lot of magic or it's got a little, like it's sparse, right?
Yeah.
There are many reasons you can do this, but also like thank you for telling me front and center, no, you can't do that. Wow.
Well, the thing that, ironically, it's not even the whole you can't do that. It's the whole, what are wizards there for? Have you never looked at a wizard spell list in 5e?
Right.
They have so much shit they can do that's more than just lightning bolt and fireball.
Yeah, a laser fucking thing. Like, come on.
Although, this unironically makes me want to have laser guns in my own setting.
Sure.
But it's not going to be like a las gun. It's going to be a thing where it like focuses like a light spell through a crystal.
Yeah, you could absolutely do that.
A lightsaber.
No, it's a gun. It's a projectile.
Okay. But yeah, no, legitimately, like it's a thing you could do. It's fine.
Oh, that's some bullshit. What the fuck?
Literally, like you ask, like, oh, what's the wizard there for? I would then answer, who do you think invented it?
Yeah.
True.
That's such bullshit. Aiden, a second meteor dropped during the escape. That's a whole bullshit. Yeah.
D&D is about doing what you want, Mr. Garibay. That's right.
Like, firearms in Dungeons and Dragons really doesn't work.
Oh, right? Okay. You're one of those. I see.
So basically, at the one end, you'll frustrate players. Here's the other one. Also, not only do you need to know the history, you have to carefully respect it. So if you use history and then you make one group in your Dungeons and Dragons game and you say and you don't carefully cover, right, and disconnect the people in your Dungeons and Dragons game from what's happening in history, you have the possibility of offending a player, and not in a small way.
Yeah.
In a way that is so profound you could lose a friend, right?
Okay.
I lost my great grandfather to the Black Plague.
Right.
And you're just bringing it into the game? Fuck you.
So
I think he's talking about like cultural appropriation.
Well,
That's
so
fair.
Yeah, like I get that, but I also think that if you make that mistake, you could probably ask for forgiveness and change it, right?
Yeah.
Just don't be a dickhead.
Yeah,
like,
because
kind of what
you're assuming that like, oh man, I'm offended. I'm instantly gonna leave.
Yeah, this isn't
saying, hey, this is
Twitter.
kind of uncomfortable.
Right? Yeah. This isn't Twitter. People actually like are capable of forgiving each other. It's a thing. And people
it's
can
very
learn.
possible to be like, oh hey, I'm sorry. If you could, change this because this makes me uncomfortable, or I hate to use the word, I'm actually getting offended at this. I was like, oh shit, I'm sorry, I didn't.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Let me change it.
It's one
and
of
there you go.
Again, it's one of those things where I get that you don't want to, but if you do, you can try to make amends. You can
because
learn
if you're
from
friends,
it.
You're sorry.
Well, I was going to say you can learn from it and you can grow, because then you understand that this is not something that you want to do, right? Because it's something that is offensive, right? Like it's almost like, I don't know, we've all made mistakes in the past and we've grown and learned from them.
I don't know about that. I think you made a mistake like at some point, and
right.
you're still bad because of
that.
That
is true. That is true.
Indeed.
I will never not admit that.
All right, so I will agree with Garibay mostly wholesale, with the caveat of it is. I've had a lot of players like request like, so slavery, right? It's fun to kick the shit out of slave owners, and I went, hell yeah.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I kind of agree with his point here.
I mean, that's because the thing is, the point isn't that it's not that the point is wrong. No. It's that he's just going overboard with it, where it's like, you might offend somebody, and then the whole group will fall apart, you'll lose a friend, the campaign's ruined, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, instead of just saying, giving it such a gravitas where it's like, yes, it could be offensive. I agree with you.
He's giving it a slippery slope fallacy.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Thank you.
He's acting like offending somebody on accident in a D&D game is like shooting their father.
Which, I mean, let's be fair, we are talking about Garibay.
It's true.
He, like, you, as a dungeon master, you are beyond humanity, so if you fuck up, I mean, what the fuck are you doing, idiot?
Then, like, we've glimpsed behind the veil and the gods are not what they seem.
That is true.
That's actually kind of a cool quote. I'm going to steal that for myself.
That was just an associate. So there are very real risks to getting the history part wrong, and it's one of the reasons why you need to master it, okay? So history is a huge part of Dungeons & Dragons, and it is absolutely essential to master history in order to be a dungeon master. You can start dungeon mastering before you've mastered it, but you can't start dungeon mastering if you really don't know anything about medieval feudalism and Japanese feudalism, and are able to go and get other elements of history from other nations, and then execute it perfectly so no one is offended.
Oh, perfectly!
Oh, okay.
Right.
Good to know.
Okay. Sorry.
So
I shouldn't even try if I can't do it perfectly, is the implication here.
I mean, you can try, it just won't be very good.
Right, exactly. Well, then I'm not a dungeon master.
Yeah, then what's the fucking point? Why But, okay, so here's the thing. My take from earlier was that in the process of writing my Call of Cthulhu adventure, I do have to know a good deal about the real world 1920s American history and the things that that exist at the time. Yeah. Something that will, if you write Call of Cthulhu,
do a lot of looking into Jim Crow laws.
Yeah.
The thing that has come up more than anything else is just technology. What kind of technology existed at the time? And was it readily available to people? And like, how much did it cost?
I remember because I told you about the Sears catalog.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that is what I did. I spent around $87 on a 1927 fall-winter Sears catalog to get real-world prices and to figure out if this shit was available, because Sears was just a place you could go and just buy stuff.
Yeah.
And you could order it. So if they have a washing machine at a relatively affordable price for the time, then it is.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
And so, because the thing is, like, this happened when we were, when we did the original campaign for Call of Cthulhu, the one that sucked, I was like, well, it takes place in Ruston, Louisiana. Did they have air conditioning? I don't know. So I had to fucking look that up. I had to figure out, like, Coke exists. Coke was invented in 1896, sorry.
Yeah.
And so they have Coke, and you gotta know a lot of shit about this, mostly because it's real world.
Yeah, yeah. Especially for Call of Cthulhu, yeah.
Yeah, because that I want to run a historically accurate game, at least for the time period.
Yeah, totally.
So that's something where knowing the history of the time is actually very important, because it's set in the real world.
The other thing that I would say to that, though, is, like, if you don't want to go super in depth with it, you get what's in the keepers, sections, and you're good. You don't have to go too far in, right?
It's true.
You can super still run something like that with the basic information that you get from the system, and that's it. So I think in any game, if you do anything historical, specifically because you want it to be historical, then go into it, look into it, and really get your grasp of it as much as you really need to. And if you miss some stuff, I mean, that's fine. You just, like, on occasion, will either get somebody who knows more about it to maybe give you a little bit of pointers, or they won't know. Right? Like, and you can continue on. And if you make a few mistakes here and there, you're good to change it and fix it. Like, that's you're not infallible. You're a human person, just like the rest of us.
No, you're a dungeon master.
Oh, sorry. That's right.
If you have a pet, does that mean that they are a canine person?
Yes.
Okay.
No. No. Like,
You're not a person?
No, they're not a person. Once they can speak to me, then they're a person.
Okay.
Yeah. You have like the VTubers who are dog people. That's a dog person. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah. That's a cool quote. I'm gonna steal that from myself. Boo, 2022. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think Japanese people are pretty relaxed about history, considering that samurai warriors exists. Maybe, I don't know. Garibay, tell me everything that happened in the world in 5 minutes. Start now. Go. Yeah, that's right.
I believe he can do it.
The history of a quick history of the entire universe.
Yes. You might just want to stay away from World War II era China, though. Oh, sure.
Yeah. China in general is kind of
basically,
would be my recommendation.
Hell yeah, VTubers rule. Yeah, dude. I don't watch many of them anymore, but I appreciate a couple. Gives new meaning when I say I'm a cat person. That's right. Yeah. Okay.
It's a lot. It is a lot. The idea that, that we should just be like, oh, would you like to dungeon master? Step carefully. This is just bullet point 1. Virtually
this was the first one? Holy shit.
Is saying,
oh my God.
We've been out of order.
Nothing else in life calls people to master 10 plus disciplines. And this is just one. That's my opinion. Do you agree that understanding medieval feudalism, understanding Japanese feudalism, understanding how to crib carefully, respectfully
another
material from all kinds of different nations is part of being a dungeon master? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Let me know in the comments below. Please consider liking and subscribing, and have a wonderful millennium.
All of his videos thus far, I disagree with this one the least.
Yeah, same. This is probably his best video that we have watched. Legitimately. Which is entirely.
Very strange.
It
comes from this series.
I know, right? So we'll go to another one in a second. I'm going to go outside real quick and see if I can see the moon. So, entertain everybody.
Let me go out in the other direction.
All right, yeah, fair. All right, we'll be right back in a second, everybody. It'll only take a second.
And I'm gonna play Republic Commando and not make any noises. Yeah, I'm also gonna step outside. I'm willing to bet that I'll have muted this though, so who knows.
Well, it was only it was high up in the sky. That's about it. Sad. Oh, did both of them also leave? Wow. Nice. I guess this is the part of the video where we all step outside. Yeah, go have a moment. Take a step outside. It's not red for me. I might have missed it. I don't know.
See it, but it looks like a regular moon.
Yep. It's a regular moon for me. Just very bright. That's about it.
It is very bright.
Yeah. So cool. Well, before we move on to the second video, we're gonna talk about some cool stuff, some peoples, and some stuff. Let me get this all set. over here. Oh. I'm having this issue now where my mouse will double click when I don't want it to. Very cool. I'm loving it. Okay, so first off, I mean, guys, you've been here a couple of times, haven't you? It's the time where where we talk about.
I think that it actually didn't happen today.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I
lied to me.
I've been lied to twice today.
I thought I was lied to.
Yeah,
we were all lied.
Really, everyone was lied to, and that makes it so that we're all unified in hating whoever lied to us.
The news.
That's right.
Although we don't really need to be. We don't need much to not like the news.
That's right.
To be honest.
So,
apologies.
Fake news.
Mental Gen.
You're fine. In that wall of Garibay's videos at the end, looked like some he was not in a car at all. Oh no, that's just the thumbnails. He's always got thumbnails where he's not in his car.
Which is very weird.
Yeah. Is outside that big room with the glowy circle on the ceiling? Yeah. It's a smaller one this time, but in a few hours it'll be a big one. And you shouldn't look at that one.
In a few hours there'll be a patch update to the big one.
That's right. So
in a few more hours the sun will rise. Sorry.
That's right. Okay. So okay. I've said okay a few times. Hello. Welcome to Patreon. Wow, we have one of those. We have many people on our Patreon, and I'm going to thank them from the top. So thank you, all of you, first off. And then specifically to Draco Kraken at tier 4. Thank you. Mog Zero at tier 4. Thank you. Rick, aka Unit Rico, at tier 4. Thank you as well. Slazer at tier 4. Thank you. Steely at tier 4. Thank you. Drake Cross at tier 3. Thank you. Chris at tier 2. Thank you. Lux Serpent Eye at tier 2. Thank you as well. And last but not least, of course, thank you to our tier 1 contributor. And don't worry about it if you aren't able to join the Patreon or continue to participate. That is totally fine. This is always an optional thing. It is not mandatory. You do not need to worry about it. It is just there if you want to give us a little bit of a boost in that financial aspect. Link is in the description, patreon.com/TableTalkDND.
It is just there if you want to contribute. So like we take all of the money that the Patreon gives and invest it back into you, the people.
The people. That's right.
The people.
Speaking of the people helped with us making these custom dice. You can go over to our website in the Support Us tab here. Scroll down and go see our custom dice, and you can go add them to a cart, and you can get them sent to you by me personally. I will go out to the post office and send you these things if you buy them. $25, and you get our lovely little dice set that I have been using only as my dice set for D&D and such. Since getting them.
That they've been rolling quite well lately.
They did roll quite well for me lately.
I've been using them in Devils and Dice. And I rolled pretty decently well with them. And then you know what happened? I started using another set of dice and I got a nat 1.
Oh,
rave reviews.
That's right. That's right.
They roll well, and then if you use anything else, they're shit.
That's right.
So I believe all of my other dice are just snazzy, are just jealous at this snazzy pair of dice.
That's right. So link is in the description. You can go and get some custom dice that have our little stuff on them. They're really cool. And of course, if you also want to, you can go over to TeePublic and go get our logo on whatever merchandise that it can be put on this lovely site. Whether it be t-shirt or fucking mask or even some wall art, even, like, I don't know. If you want to. And last but not least, the other way that you can help support us is going over to Humble Bundle, using our link in the description. Anything you buy off of the store, you can put a slider and contribute some of it to us, or you can also contribute some of it to, and you can contribute some of it to Tabletop Alliance, link in the description as well, for you to learn more about their charitable work, and whatever else you want to do with your money in that respect, because sliders are cool, and you can do whatever you want with it. You can give us nothing. It's cool.
Bethesda built an entire brand on sliders.
That's true. And yeah, I mean, the Pathfinder thing is still there. Pathfinder and Starfinder bundle, very good bundle. If you don't have any of those, and other than that, there's an 11-bit bundle. Ooh, 11-bit Studios. If you don't know, they did This War of Mine and Frostpunk, and
shit.
Yeah, it's a good bundle there. I would recommend. They're a good publisher. Or are they a dev studio? Ooh, I don't know, actually. Anyway, also I see that Sonic Frontiers is now out to be purchased. I forgot about that game. Neat.
What, you're only going to talk about Sonic Frontiers? You're not going to talk about Sex with Hitler 3D?
That's right. That's also out there
Yes,
somewhere, probably. No, I know. Don't. There's also the Stalin one. I know. And yeah, you can go do that. There's also I forgot about it until right now, but there's also the PO box if you want. We have a PO box. It's right there on the screen. It's also in the description. I will say nothing more about it. There you go.
I cut out at exactly the right time, dude.
Oh, what?
Wait, what did you hear the last thing I said?
The game.
Which game?
The 3D
Stalin one.
Well, I said the Stalin
yes.
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, apparently there's a new one.
Oh, okay. I just knew about the new Stalin one, I think it was.
Oh. No, there's a new Hitler one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Either way. I went outside, but then I realized that if I took a look at the center of the galaxy, I'm technically looking down. That made me get confused about my emotions, so I came back inside. Okay. That's good.
Any direction that you look at, if you see infinitely far, you will see the beginning of the universe.
It's true.
Which means because the universe started at one singular point, everywhere you look, you see only one singular point.
Well,
that's weird.
Don't think about it.
I don't.
Unless you are looking at a scoreboard that shows multiple points, in which case you are looking at multiple points all at the same time. God damn it.
He's done it. He's gotten past your tricks, devil man.
Yeah. It's instead of he responded to my showing him cool science with ignorance in video games.
That's right.
I truly have invested today.
That's true.
Not today, Satan.
Timothy says, "Did you get to check out Children of Bodom, Aiden?"
I did. I believe. I know I added some of their songs to my list. Go ahead and move on to the next thing while I scroll through my liked songs.
The universe is one-dimensional, a 1D. That's right.
Oh, man.
We're all 1D. All together.
Indeed.
Okay, so the next ones we have to choose from, I will choose from as well, because this time I will choose. Because I have not chosen both videos for this format that we've done for a while.
Downfall. I liked Downfall.
There you go. Downfall. So this next one, let's go with Writer. Exciting.
What? You're greedy as hell. What are my options, Alejo?
No. I already said I'm picking this time.
God damn you.
You fuck off.
No,
No. Oh.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I'm back because I heard.
Yeah, he's back.
That's fair. That's fair.
God, he's back.
Okay. So, it looks like he's driving this time. Excitement.
Podcast quality just plummeted.
What?
The podcast quality just plummeted.
Oh. So, this next one is Writer, Dungeons and Dragons 5e, the Dungeon Master bullet point problem. Exciting.
I'm so excited to hear what is actually, like, required.
Yeah, for writing. Which, I mean, like, sure. You
must understand every single hidden meaning in Shakespeare's works.
That's right.
Or something.
Well, no. Remember, Matt Mercer is better than Shakespeare. Don't forget.
Oh, that's true, yeah.
You must know that sometimes the curtains are blue means that the author was sad.
Yes, exactly. Now, this one I feel like could be extremely fine. Because it's writing, and I don't think there's anything that's necessary besides an understanding of how to write something, I guess, in the sense of, like, the most literal, like, broken down sense of it, to, like...
Extend the pointer finger on your left hand and right hand.
Oh, okay.
Now, place them above the keyboard.
Okay.
Now, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down.
Got
there you go, you're doing it.
I did
it. He's doing it.
I'm beginning to believe. All right.
Oh my god, that's Jason Bourne.
So this one, interestingly enough, is 14 minutes and 28 seconds. That's the longest one, I think, in the series so far. They've all been either 10 or under. So, exciting.
Yeah.
Must I bring up my title of Peanut Butter Sandwich Master, Garibay? Yes. Obviously.
Hi, this is Scott Garibay, and today we're going to talk about Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, and we are specifically going to talk about the Dungeon Master bullet point problem. Parentheses, writer. All right. Now, I have an apology for you. If you do not know what the Dungeon Master bullet point problem is, you got some homework. I'm so sorry. I hate to do this, but I don't want to repeat myself in every video. It's not fun for you. It's not fun for me.
Ironically enough, he repeats this same thing in every video for this.
Yeah, it takes a long while, too.
Yeah, it's really funny. But also, again, he doesn't like to repeat himself, but that whole video that I remember is all repeating. The one that you guys never saw, that I told you all about.
Oh, man.
It's just him saying the same thing over and over again. And that's
I believe it.
And so
believe it.
it's really beneficial if you just go to these and that's it.
Yeah.
Please.
Doobly-doo below, you will see the original Dungeon Master bullet point problem video that gives you context for this video.
You know what? I get trying to plug your content, though.
Oh, I do too. If it was necessary.
If it was necessary, yeah. Ironically, saying doobly-doo is actually longer syllable-wise than description.
And link.
Or
link. Yeah,
anything. Too. Yeah, I don't know where that started from, and I never have enjoyed it, really.
Yeah. Fucking Zoomers.
No, dude, it's been forever.
Oh, has it been? Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's been on YouTube since fucking way back, man.
Oh, okay, yeah,
it's
because
crazy.
like I just like when it's something I don't know
when
it came about, I always just go fucking Zoomers.
Yeah, we just gotta blame the youngest generation. That's right.
Yeah.
We are the old men. I think it'd be an easy.
You know what though? Because I have a generational dual citizenship.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
That's right.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's fair.
I am choosing to be a Zoomer for this conversation.
Okay, very good. I think it would be an easy case to make that you need skill as a writer to run a story-based game, so it could be an easy slam dunk. But let's see if he misses it completely. Oh yeah, that's the thing. I'm setting him up.
He will snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Good. I'm not hearing things he does. He does repeat stuff. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think
egregiously.
I think John Green of Vlog Brothers started the doobly-doo thing. I don't know who that is, but okay.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about the Dungeon Master bullet point problem writer. All right. So you have to master writing to be a good Dungeon Master. And this is distinct from storytelling. Writing and storytelling from a Dungeon Master's perspective are two powerful, distinct, different
give me more synonyms.
Disciplines that have to
Oh, okay.
He got there eventually.
It wasn't another synonym, but it was a D.
Just saying the word different again.
But I would agree that what you write down and how you actually do storytelling are two different things.
Absolutely.
100%.
Like, for example, I do storytelling kind of fucking weird, but when I write down, it's basically party just left shop. We'll go to hang out there. Remember to introduce blank.
Sure, yeah.
And that's all I write.
That's how I do it as well.
Yeah. Just making notes along the way and all that stuff, or like what you write down for your plot points could be entirely different on how you contextualize it to your players, right? Depending on if you add more detail or less, or whatever you do. It's absolutely something that is a difference. Which now I want to listen to the storytelling one before this, but we're already here. So
yeah, we're already here. So we're stuck.
That's right. I can't get off the roller coaster. It's locked me in.
It's Mr. Bones Wild Ride.
Yeah, that's right. Good job. I believe John and Hank Green popularized Doobly Doo, but I forget where they got it from. I don't think they invented it.
Oh, fucking plagiarists.
That's right.
To be a dungeon master, right? To do the job well, right? Okay. To do the job, great, and to be really good at it, right?
Sure.
Now, how is storytelling different than writing? Okay, so storytelling is in the moment, like, and boy, there are some dungeon masters who are.
But wait, we're on writer. No. Go to. I mean.
Yeah, come on, go back to writer.
I mean, okay.
Pure crap at this. They are just so bad at it, right?
Oh.
So they are like, here's a bad dungeon master. Somebody is like, they're like, hey, you roll into a tavern, and they're like, what's the tavern's name? And you're like, I don't know. And then they're like, well, seriously, I'm taking notes. Can you, dungeon master, can you tell me the name of the inn? And they go, the Silver Fart. Right? And they don't like, and like the DMG has a table, right?
What?
And so
okay.
What a fantastic straw man.
Yeah.
I
mean, so sure, somebody could exist who does that, I guess, but I assume what you mean is just people that don't care enough to even come up with something as simple as that. But at the same time, sometimes you can make a name on the spot and it's fine.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like there's, okay. What a weird start.
Yeah.
Mateus Orngsboard. Cool. I just made that NPC just now.
Yeah, exactly. Like it's
one other NPC I made up on the fly.
Atreus Billingsley.
Yeah, exactly. Like it doesn't fucking matter. Like you just need the outline that there's a tavern here, I guess. And like again, if you're just having the problem with people that just don't care, well, that's a lot bigger of an issue. Like that's not just storytelling. Yeah. I guess. The car is moving, I feel better. Yeah, it's reverse car sickness. If it's not moving, I don't feel well.
Yeah. I also made up a character recently, Ragnar Stonebreaker.
That's right. Yeah.
Right out of fucking nowhere. There was never a dwarf in there.
Yeah.
Until there was.
Yeah.
Master consult the DMG table, and you're like, oh, it's the Silver Harlequin, right?
Oh, I see you got silver for both of those. Huh. Interesting.
It's almost like you made that up off of the top of your head.
Yeah.
Sort of like anyone could do.
Yeah. I would name a tavern the Fluffy Badger if I had one. Do it. Yeah.
Sure.
If I had a tavern, I'd name it the Tavern.
Hell yeah.
And just be done with it.
That's right. You could do that. That's the
thing. It's a small town. Yeah. And like there aren't like there isn't competition between like places in this town, so you can just call your place the Tavern and it'll work.
I remember.
What do you mean? There's a band called The Who and the What?
That's right.
And the Where.
I remember in one of the Wednesday games that I do, we were at a place and legitimately I was like, what is the name of this place? And my DM looked at me and was like, it's the place for now. And I was like, okay. And it stayed the place. It is just called the place.
Dude.
Right?
I was really hoping he would name it Place.
Yeah, it's just it's the place. So I was like, okay, that works. And she was like, yeah.
fucking works. I love it.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, even though that's goofy, and some might consider that to be lazy, it gives it a certain amount of character.
Yeah.
Because as long as you're able to incorporate that into the game, like in the world of the game, it's like, were the people here just that lazy and like they just don't give a shit?
It implies really, a lot, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it implies a character about the place.
Right. Or they just call it that because like anybody who just wants to go somewhere quickly, they're like, let's go to the place, right? Like,
yeah, let's
and
just
that's
go
the place to be or something, you know? Like it's got slogans and shit like that, right? You could go as in depth or as out of like without depth
or
as you want.
shallow as possible.
Yeah, that's right. I don't know, third base. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or just name it the area to get drunk at. Yeah, I mean, like, it could just not have a name. It's just where we go, right? It is where it is.
Like, I remember that, Jesus, this was like years and years and years ago, but,
sure.
We had some family friends that wound up buying, like, an establishment, and they were gonna make it, they were kind of turning it into, like, a young adult kind of, like, hangout spot.
Oh, sure, yeah.
It was meant for, like, like 17s to like early 20s, and they called it The Usual Place.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Sure, yeah.
It's like, that's a good name.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Okay.
And you keep like, and bad dungeon masters are like, let me make a joke of the game now, right? I don't understand the importance of names. I don't value your time. I'm wasting your time. I'm wasting all the.
Wow, we're just conflating, are we? Like, just because I don't know the name of a place, or I don't care enough to, I guess, if I'm this person, care enough about the name of a place, then it all fucking goes downhill from here, huh? Woo! Sheesh.
These players' times. But you know what? And this really bad dungeon mastering is so bad because it's like, a lot of times people are like, you don't have something better to do with your time. And I'll tell you right now, that might have been true in the 70s and 80s. It sure as heck ain't true now.
Brother.
There was always better stuff to do in every era.
Age. Yeah, come on. It does not matter.
People can find plenty of stuff to occupy themselves. So you know the meme of like, hold on, what year was D&D first edition?
Oh, it was like 79, 80, I think, something.
D&D.
I had to guess.
1E release date. 1974.
Oh my god.
D&D 1E 1974, and it's like people playing D&D. People in 1974, they're playing D&D. People in 1973, and they're all just like sitting around a table looking blankly at nothing.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. No, it's what a weird thing to say. Like, again, you said it before, but it's a straw man of literally just, oh, you just have a guy who you put in charge for no fucking reason who doesn't care. Okay. It seems like how did this happen? I don't understand.
I agree.
Good. But like, legitimately, it's like, why? Who are you talking to, Garibay? Who is this nameless, formless person that does not give a shit and is somehow running my game?
And why did I join his game when he doesn't care?
Did I call for this man? Is he here for the call of being a dungeon master? Did I do this to him? I'm sorry. I've broken his mind so much that he doesn't give a shit.
What have I done?
Well, that is the Garibay I don't understand. It's like coming home.
Okay, so what happened? I missed it.
Oh, it's literally just he's saying basically the bad dungeon master who doesn't give a shit about your time or anything. Like he's just touting his straw man everywhere.
Yeah.
There's amazing movies, amazing shows, amazing books, amazing video games just waiting to steal your players and keep them home next week. Right?
Okay,
Wait, hold on.
so
Like
what he's saying,
Unboxed.
what he's saying
Ugh.
is because these people don't care enough, they're not running a game that people can care about, so they're going to, because it's this day and age, they're going to be stolen away by everything else because they don't give a shit.
Yes.
That's what he's talking about. Remember, because in the 70s and 80s, you didn't have shit like this, even though, hello? But also,
Yeah.
you know, now in these days, if you don't run a game that's well done enough, they will just not care enough and leave your games. Remember, this is a thing that he fears because he fears other dungeon masters poaching his players if they're better than him.
That's right.
Yes.
Do remember, yes. He is very protective about this shit, remember?
Yeah, that is why I try to run the best game possible, because I know that if I fuck up even once, I'm just out of the friend group forever.
That's right. Yeah.
15, like 10 some odd years down the drain because I, because I missed I fucking fudged a roll. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, exactly, right? We
Damn
forgive
you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can't forgive you. You're fucking outcast.
Yeah, just excommunicate
Got him.
tortoise.
Yeah, it's just you just gotta always remember his perspective, right?
Yeah.
And it's so strange.
You know, from being a perfect dungeon master, he sure seems pretty fucking afraid of failure.
Yeah.
Quote unquote failure.
Well, yeah. I mean, come on. He's
he's
the master.
perfect. He shouldn't
I
need to
know.
worry about
he's
it.
transhuman. Remember, like,
Yeah.
I don't.
It's very weird.
Names are important, right? Like, they are crazy important, right? But even the storytelling is when you go into that tavern, right?
We're talking about writer in this video, Garibay. I don't remember if you remember. You're still talking about storytelling. You've already given your example.
The storytelling video is going to be all about writing.
Dude,
God, I hope.
Dude, don't. I swear to God, if you're correct.
I can totally see it.
I swear to God, if you're correct, though. Dude,
I know.
I will be enraged. There's a reason why we space these things out, or I space these things out so much.
Yeah.
Because I can only take so much, and if that fucking happens, I don't know if I can do it anymore, guys.
That would be hysterical.
I would laugh, but I would also be crying.
Yep.
Oh.
There's in the tavern, there's a dragonborn who is juggling, right? What is he juggling? Is he an adventurer or is he a servant? Is he a serving?
Why does it
there
matter?
in the tavern, right? Or is he just a farmer? Like,
These are all questions the players could ask the man. Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Please get to when you tell me that the guy just put him in there and doesn't care at all, and if they interact with him, that he will just go because that's what you seem to be doing right now, and I don't like it.
Okay, so you know what? I have a point here.
Sure. Yeah.
So last session when we were playing Devils and Dice, I was describing the town.
Yes.
And basically I forget exactly what it was that was what I had come up with. But basically I came up with an idea for one of the buildings. There was 2 buildings that had forges near them.
Yes.
One of them was an armory blacksmith, and the other one was one that made like fittings and nails and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I came up with an idea for something else that house did. And I literally said, okay, so I had an idea, but I'm not going to tell you what it is, because if I do, it's going to make you guys be very interested and go in there.
Oh, that's
and I
right.
don't have anything else planned for it. So it's going to be on it's nothing right now.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
I remember that.
And I flat out admitted that, I have a good idea, but I can't accurately describe it right now, so fuck you, it's not there now.
Yeah. That's right. I remember that.
So, I actually have experience with this, and I did feel bad about that at the time.
No, so that's not even the same thing, though. His thing is literally his straw man is your dungeon master goes and puts something in the game. And then they go, and then you go, what is that thing? It doesn't matter what it is. And then you go, what is that thing? And your dungeon master goes, I don't, it's a fucking poopy fart. That's what it is.
Oh.
That's what he was saying before. because they don't care enough to like do it. And like this is just some straw man that he's like, yeah, this is a person that exists, and I'm like, okay,
which I have a hard time accepting, like even the hypothesized existence of.
That's fair,
because I cannot imagine. And now, admittedly, this is anecdotal evidence.
Sure.
I have known a fair amount of D&D players in time.
Sure.
And most people who play D&D like to play D&D.
Exactly. Yes.
And are thusly going to put more care into their world building than being like, I pulled a silly meme on you, it's called Poopy Fart.
Right, yeah, exactly. Unless that's the point for some reason.
Like it's a comedy game or something?
But well, even then, that's some bad comedy. But
yeah.
If that's just it, it's like, okay, cool. But to be fair, I don't find it funny. There you go. That's more accurate. But yeah. So don't worry, Boo. Our example is leagues ahead of this straw man.
Okay. That's good. It's good to know that I'm not on the same level as Boopy Fart.
Yeah, really. Sorry, Silver Fart, I think it was. Let me get
Silver
it
Fart,
accurate.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Apologies.
Yeah.
You know, all that is storytelling. You have to make it up on the spot.
Right?
And Dungeon Mastering will demand this of you. Like, on the spot, create the story right then. That's storytelling.
Sure.
You're not going to write it.
That's not writing.
You're going to say it. You're going to pull it out of your brain, right? And put it down, and it needs to be good. Right? Yeah. Whatever crap just rolls off the top of your head.
Well,
people pull items out of their brain. Alejo's taught us this.
That's true. I do that. And also, I mean, sometimes the stuff off the top of your head can work. It's just you need to, refine it a little bit.
Sometimes it really works.
Yeah, sometimes it super works. It really, like, fucking No Nat Ones, aka Brogan, our friend. Yeah, I go the other way this time. He does fucking mostly improv games. Okay, whenever we play with him, and he's the head, he's the GM. He'll do mostly improv games, and he just comes up with shit off the top of his head, and I have not been disappointed. Yeah, like it's good stuff. So like, it can be done, man. Yeah. Like, calm down. Maybe
it absolutely can be done. It's not easy, and it definitely takes a specific, like, it takes a talent. You gotta have a talent for it to do it well.
Yeah.
I don't have that, unfortunately. Like, when we play fucking Devils and Dice, you'll see me struggling with names. Hell, like last time where I just couldn't find a good human name generator for whatever fucking reason.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm like scrambling. He's like, oh. I usually have a list of names, but that time I didn't. Not for humans.
Remember that Garibay has been a DM since he was 12. Poopy Fart was hilarious back then. Ah, yeah, true.
And also in the 70s and 80s.
That's right. I'll be fair. He did say Silver Fart, not Poopy Fart. There's a little bit more there.
Yeah.
Right? You need to
Sorry, I've corrupted it.
A robust, adaptable, flexible mind, right? This is why I keep saying, don't stop thinking, right? Like, Dungeon Master pulls this stuff out of us. It draws us to do more. Now, what is writing, right?
Okay.
Boy, oh boy.
I want to point out, so this video is the longest video of the ones that we've covered so far, and we're at the point where now we're going to have 9 minutes of the actual topic. So the first fucking almost 4 minutes that we have here was not anything to do with the topic. So this is still falling in line with each of the videos.
Yeah.
Fuck me. Come on.
I don't get this. Just give me
a very small example.
Never go off on tangents. Ever.
No, well, I'm fine with him going off on tangents if it leads somewhere.
I'm making fun of us.
No, I know, right? Okay. Yeah, no, I get you. But like, legitimately, I like that there was an example, but the example didn't give me anything because he created a straw man. And that's it. You can't really give me something to compare to when it doesn't necessarily exist.
Yeah.
Or exists in such a fucking, like, ridiculous sense that I can't take it seriously.
Yeah.
Like,
if you think that you don't need to be a great writer to be a dungeon master, you ain't paying attention. And I'll tell you, You cannot stop thinking in this world. This world is a layer cake of complexity, and it just gets more complex every day. So maybe
I like layer cake.
10, 20 years ago, you might have got away with being a good dungeon master without being a good writer, but the world has changed, okay?
Oh, so the progression of time is what dictates whether or not you're a good writer, or whether or not you have to be a
whether
good writer.
you need to be.
Wait, hold on. No, this poses a fascinating concept. What happens if we extend this even further? What happens like 20 years from now? Will dungeon mastering just be irrelevant now?
Irrelevant or impossible?
Both.
Yeah, because like if you have to be a master of writing at this point, like what do you have to be at like 2040?
Yeah,
exactly.
You have to write a Bible, literally.
Yeah. Like
you have to write an entire Silmarillion.
Yeah, dude, fuck me.
No,
but like, hey, good luck if you want to try. But like, yeah,
That's what the monster manual is for.
But yeah, legitimately, I like what's the reason why before it didn't matter as much? You know, why is it now?
Honestly, the reason is probably just like I watch a lot of Seth Skorkowski, you know that.
Sure.
And he does a lot of AD&D module reviews, and a lot of them are just kind of with the writing. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to point to that.
Okay, so regardless of what it was before, if it was shit, it was shit, right?
Yes.
Like we can't, you know.
Oh, I know.
No.
I'm not saying that's Okay.
If he points to that, that's what I'm saying. Like, if he even tries to make that a metric, like, it doesn't. No, come on.
Exactly.
Like, what the fuck?
I'm not saying that that's correct. I'm just saying that that is something that he could point to.
Yes,
and be
absolutely.
Like, see, look.
If he does so, I will. It's irrelevant. What the fuck? Yeah. In 20 more years, you're gonna be competing with the singularity. That's right. Yeah.
The fucking Matryoshka brain or whatever it's called.
You think that you can get away with being a good dungeon master without being a good writer? Go check out Describe, okay? I am not doing an advertisement for Describe. I'm warning you about Describe, right?
Okay.
So Describe, DSCRYB.
Yeah, thanks.
It's a new site online. And like I went and I got, I've signed up for the free service on Describe, right? And I immediately swept about 30 or 40 descriptions. Like, there's a description for a goat on Describe, right? And so when your players come across a goat, you read the description of the goat, and it is crafted like Shakespeare himself wrote it. It is incredible.
All right, I need to see this.
I'm very curious about this goat now.
Yeah. Describe.
Aiden, go ahead and get a description of, like, if this description of this goat is amazing, get a description of a sheep, so you can get your sheep fucker player to fuck another sheep.
Oh.
Fortunately, he has not been part of my campaign for a few years now. So.
Oh, what the hell? Why would you get rid of him? He's the most interesting player you have. If your players are watching, I'm sorry. I'm just fucking around.
No, so that was the first time I DM'd. That was a campaign based on Tamriel from the Elder Scrolls.
That's right.
Yes.
The campaign I have now is an original creation. And no, he's not part of that campaign.
Okay.
That's fair. Okay. So I've seen this site before. I think he might have talked about it once before, but I never really like looked into it like fully.
Yeah, because it's Garibay, so you know.
Yeah.
You take everything he says with a grain of salt.
The way that this is, it's a cool site. Don't get me wrong here.
I believe
what you can do is you can literally just put in this little search bar anything that you want. So I'll put in goat, right? And I'll hit enter here, and now I have I assume this is the oh look, that's an elder thing. Nice.
Ooh, I like
oh god, that is expensive to unlock. No? What's a free thing that I could maybe look at?
How much was it to unlock a goat?
Well, so the thing has a subscription service kind of thing. It's like a $30 minimum, I think.
Jesus.
But the goat itself was an unlock, which is weird, but this giant goat is not. So let's talk about a giant goat.
Okay.
Okay. So, this is the description of giant goat.
Stage reading.
The goat is almost comical as it chews absently at its feed, but the horns atop the head of this draft horse-sized creature could deliver quite a wallop if provoked. It's as big as a draft horse.
Go on. Go on.
Oh no, that's it.
Oh
yeah. So and like it just
$30.
gives you a very simple description from this, which is fine.
Yeah.
I'll put in. What do you want me to look up really quick? Dragon.
Yeah, sure. Well, yeah, let's get something a bit more fantastical.
Okay. Dragon. Let's see if I got any free dragons. Oh, 47 of them. Okay. Let's go for the first one that's here.
So now, wait a minute. Is this like user submitted content, or
or
are these like?
I don't know.
Is it like something that's like generated or something?
I think this is something that it might either be user generated, like submitted. I mean, yes, it's submitted. In fact.
Okay.
Yeah. This ancient red dragon. Sorry, I'll find the goat again in a second here, and I'll tell you who wrote it. But this one is by Matt Cernet for an ancient red dragon.
Okay. All right, Matt, blow us away.
Centuries of creating terror, causing anguish, and fomenting chaos should weigh upon a soul. Some stain from the blood of countless dead should tarnish the body. Sorry. But the beast before you seems utterly content and comfortable in its shining crimson scales. The dragon shrugs and settles its body like a cat that can crush a castle tower between its claws.
Ooh.
It's fine, yeah. It's all right,
good,
right? Yeah. So this very cool if you want to look for and also we're not sponsored. Very cool if you want to look for just a random thing and see if you can get a description. The giant goat was
sponsor us, please. There we go.
If you want to. The giant goat was from Daniel Helmick. So just got to give credit where it's due. So interesting. Describe.
Yeah.
It's neat. I assume this is this whole thing is just to show you that you need to be a good writer because people can outright you if you don't try. And this is an example of it, which I go, okay. I mean, it's fine. Yeah.
You can't be a dungeon master. Well, let's extrapolate this a little bit because I feel like being cheeky.
Absolutely.
You can't also be a dungeon master if you can't write your own book. So you're gonna have to outperform, D&D and Wizards of the Coast. Otherwise, why would anybody play your game if the rules of your game are shit compared to the big one?
The big one. Sure. You understand stuff that has nothing to do with the topic at hand before you even start being a DM. So says Garibay. Yes.
Yes. That's
true.
A good point.
Actually, last week's episode got me to thinking that if Wizards of the Coast ever came out with a DMing AI, I'd play with it, assuming it was good. Yeah. Now I would too.
You know what? Speaking of, that reminded me. Brogan or Nat Ones, he actually ran a campaign or a module, I think it was, for one person and a player AI. And you can ask him about this. Apparently, it was like really, really smart because it was playing a wizard. And it was like...
Did it know what to do on its turns?
Yes. And the thing is, well, here's the thing. It was very impressive because it was like, it was playing a wizard. It had its full spell list. It was a level 5 or a level 3 wizard.
Okay.
Oh, no, it was a level 5 wizard, and it had Fireball. They went into a dungeon, and the AI was like, what, can I hit all of the orcs in the room with my Fireball, or will I miss any? And then it was like, Brogan was like, well, you'll miss, I want to say 2. And then the AI was like, okay, then I'll hold off on Fireball and cast this.
Interesting.
It was actually really fucking smart.
That's cool.
You should ask Brogan about that. It was a long time ago, so he might not have all the details still.
Right.
But he told me that. I was like, fuck.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was very cool.
That's really weird that it would ask, can I hit all of the orcs? Like, it should, I assume, be able to tell for itself.
Well, the thing is, it was a text-based thing. So Brogan would like
tell it what it was looking at.
Yes, he would tell it what it sees.
Okay.
And then, so like for example, Brogan would say, there are 6 orcs in the room. And then from that, the AI was like, can I hit all of them? Are they all close enough to hit with my fireball? So it was actually able to extrapolate seeing them and knowing what it had available to, can I actually take them all out at once with this, or should I do something different? It's crazy.
Yeah, that's cool.
Can you imagine what that'd be like if it got access to a tabletop like simulator?
Yeah.
Crazy, man.
Honestly, that would be super cool. I would
get rid of my human players.
Yeah. I think just having it as a tool to like test things would be so cool.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. Could you imagine playtesting?
Yeah, man. That's what I'm saying.
Like, holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome.
Or just to like do oh god, you could write a program that would do like 1,000 simulations of like a combat, a boss like battle of like AI that oh god, so like player AI versus a boss battle that you design. You could write a program to run like 1,000 iterations.
Yeah.
And then be like, okay, so this encounter was like 36% lethal.
Yeah, exactly. Like you balance out your encounters and you don't have to worry about it as much. Man, that would be so sick. That would be awesome.
Yeah, we should honestly ask Brogan about that. Maybe he could come on and talk about that. Maybe he could remember the name of it.
Yeah. Let's see. So basically my wish list has become a VR-based RP world run by an advanced AI.
Pretty much, yeah.
Dude, it's my give-up machine. Once the give-up machine comes out, I swear to God. I'm gone. Goodbye.
Yep.
Perhaps the human era has ended. Don't worry, it's getting there. They already have player AIs. Okay, I want one. Yeah. That does sound awesome. I would play with that wizard robot player. Yeah, dude. Absolutely. All right.
Incredible text, right? And you as a dungeon master do not need to read box text for every, character that comes up or every location that comes up. But you should be reading it for some things, right? Okay. One of the ways you can use box text, and either you go to Describe and you get amazing material, which is going to help you for like 10% of your locations, your non-player characters, your sword, your magic items, things like that.
Well, not if you base everything around it,
Yeah.
Like you could just go in and see what you can get for free and then base everything around that. Totally fair as a thing, but I get what you mean, I guess. Tonight's the night of spam shit in the chat, I guess. Yeah, it's interesting when we succeed in the sense of we finally have porn bots. It's exciting. Yeah. It means that we're doing something that we're getting noticed by very small porn bots, which is just great. I love it.
Can we get noticed by actual porn stars though?
We could try.
Like that.
I don't know any who do D&D, so I'll try. I'll reach out.
Yeah. See,
yeah. I'll tap the connections that I totally have.
Yeah. Tap. God damn it.
But when there's something really important in your game, you want to write these powerful little box text, right? And read it, right?
Sure.
And so the stuff on Describe is absolutely amazing. Like their description of a plateau, their description of a boat. It is shockingly good prose. Shockingly good.
That's fair. There were a lot of giant goats, let me tell you. There were a couple of them that I saw. So there's more.
So
I believe it.
I don't know why he's like, oh, dude, the text is so good on this one site that has user submitted stuff.
Yeah.
Like, it comes back to the whole like, don't cite Wikipedia as a source, sort of.
But Wikipedia is always right though.
Because when you have like variability,
oh, I see what you mean. Yeah,
in like who can submit stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder. I don't. Well, this is the thing. I don't know what their process is. Right? They might have a good screening process. You never know. For Wikipedia, nowadays it's better than it was. But like in this case, I would need to know more about the site, I guess, before I took anything really like if I were to proselytize this as gospel, right? But I think Oh, Devils and Dice just finished rendering. Very good.
Oh,
that'll be
nice.
uploaded tomorrow.
Oh shit! I spoiled the episode. No.
That's right. Don't worry, it's only for those who watch this live, and we'll watch it on Friday. So it's all good.
That's true.
Anyway, yeah. So, like, it. From what I saw, at least from those 2 entries, they were pretty good. So if they're all like that, then sure. But I guess it's more of a thing that, yeah, you could do that, and I think taking some inspiration from that and maybe trying to do it yourself because you've seen examples of good stuff. Yeah, good, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but like the thing is, thesauruses exist. And also synonyms.com.
That's also
literally.
True. Yeah, no,
so,
this
like,
is the thing, right? When you just give me a site, I can go, yeah, there's more that we could use. That, like, I could just write something now and then fucking refine it as much as I want to, using anything online or really just any kind of source. I don't know. It's like, it's good.
It's not a bad piece of advice. No. It's just, I think you're overemphasizing this.
Yes, I think that he is very much so. Let's just get a succubus in here and call it a day. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
No, I'm good with it. Good idea, Lux. That's right. Anyway.
Right. And you need to put in some of the describe stuff, but then you also need to write it yourself for when you really want to tell the players,
sure,
this is important, right? Don't ignore this. This non-player character isn't just some scrub, right?
Well, so this could apply to if you find something good on that site then as well.
Yeah.
Like, it could be that this is important because you're reading it. Like, regardless of what you're doing, most of the stuff that you're talking about is important, and even the stuff that isn't important, your players might find important, right?
Yeah, that's the thing, because I could describe something for fucking 20 minutes, and then they're like, go do something else. This doesn't interest me. And that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of handing my players the plot on a silver platter and saying, this is important.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, it's on them to decide if something is important to them or not.
Yes, exactly. Like, now, that's why I like to run the things the way that I do, where everything is based off what my players are doing and what they want to do, rather than my overarching kind of thing.
Yeah. Now, there is definitely a thing where if you're writing something specifically, if you spend time on it, it necessarily is kind of important. So if you're writing a town and you're describing the town, that must mean that the description of the town is noteworthy.
Yes.
You know what I mean? As opposed to saying they walk into the village and the buildings are made of wood and thatch, versus you walk into the city and there are lightning rods all over the place, and you can see, you know, across the streets, there are cables that little boxes are like rocketing across, and you can tell that they're carrying packages and things. That's a far more apt description of something that you want to stress the interestingness of it.
Right. It's something to take note of.
Yes. Now, whether they actually delve into it, that's entirely on them, and it doesn't really matter if they do. But you're trying to paint that picture. If the picture doesn't need to be painted, then you just draw it effectively.
Yeah, basically, it's one of those. Why not give them like description and such that gives them the feeling that they're in a world, right? A living, breathing world. As everyone loves to say, and it's apt. But yeah, the idea to, I don't know, give them so much to the point of like
exhausting them.
Yeah, in that way, or like making it so that every time you read from your notebook that this is something that they need to pay attention to, right? It's kind of immersion breaking in a way.
Yeah, no, it is.
And like it's like, I understand, and there's nothing wrong with it necessarily.
But you don't want to overdo it.
Right, yeah, exactly. If it's something that you do all the time and it becomes something that you can recognize, I guess,
then it's not special anymore.
Yeah, it can definitely wear them down to the point of like, okay, so this is the thing that I need to pay attention to. I'll just write it all down right now.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You kind of start.
So like
you kind of play your hand too early, you know.
Yeah.
It's a meta way of saying to them, "This is important."
I know I've mentioned it before, but I remember when I started up my current campaign, I told all the prospective players, like, I will develop a story and a campaign for you, but it will be on you to pursue it.
Yes.
You can session 1 say, all right, boys, we're marching due north, and I will roll with it. Like, if you miss hints, sorry, bud. Pay more attention.
Because we don't need to coddle our players to the point of, like, making sure that they get everything, because if they miss something, they might just miss something. Unless it's so important that it can't be missed, like, and you physically can't get them to miss it. You're usually fine if they miss a couple of things. It just means that they might not understand everything when they get to the end of whatever it is, but they understand it enough that they got there. Right?
Right. Now, the other thing is, it's just like canon, right? Like, Marvel taught us this new thing with What If.
Oh, don't cite this. Don't cite What If. What If is not canon.
Ultron or whatever.
No. What If is not canon. It's literally What If, and also it's apparently it's not great. But like, what are we? Okay, excited. Here we go.
You have good canon. You can get value out of your canon, and you can get value out of subverting your canon, right? What? So you can also set it up that you, like, that somebody who's completely not important, and then you read box text for them, and everybody at the table is like, "Ooh, this is important," and then and then you trick them, and then you don't want to do that too bad. You don't want to trick your players more than like 1 out of 30 times, but you can trick them every now and then,
Sure, you know what? This is fine. Yeah, you can absolutely subvert expectations. That is a valid thing to do. Whether or not you do it well, that's up to your execution. But it is a thing that you can do.
Yeah.
Cool.
Like, I literally have an encounter planned with, and if you're one of my players, fucking leave the podcast now.
That's right.
I have an encounter planned with the Hag and the Hounds of Tindalos,
right,
where starting off they're going to think, oh no, some wolves are attacking an old lady.
Yes.
And they're going to, like, get up there and see what's going, like, when they get closer, one of the hounds will attack the Hag physically, causing her glamour to drop. And they'll go, oh, okay, that is not a wolf, nor is that an old lady. What the fuck is going on? And the Hag will plead for help and offer riches.
Of course.
Riches, bitches. Sorry.
All right.
Yeah. And the hounds will be silent because, of course, they are. They're hounds. But
they don't go woof woof.
At the same time,
no, they beg.
Okay. Like, if you're going like, hey, anything that wants a hag dead is probably right to do so.
Right. Yeah.
Which side do you help, if any?
Yeah. Exactly.
What happens? By the way, what happens if they just walk away? I'm just out of curiosity.
Oh, they walk away.
Okay.
Cool. The hag doesn't try to seek them out if it lives.
Oh, the hag will. I am heavily doubtful that the hag will.
Oh no, okay. I meant for like the story as a whole, because I knew.
I see.
Yeah, the whole like prophecy thing.
Yeah, they miss access to a prophecy. Like, they're already going to an area, that will give them like the next step of prophecy. Furthermore, I did a little how would I, not sneaky, not a little cheeky improv DM move where I as I told you, I've improv'd the last 2 sessions combats.
Yeah.
I had the new player. I've got a new paladin joining my group.
Cool.
Who's like still like facing that problem that all new characters tend to face of like, yeah, sure, these guys seem alright, and my goals kind of align with them, but like, I don't know if I'd be a permanent fixture.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I threw a will-o-wisp encounter that I then further complicated with some quicksand.
Yes.
Ooh.
And then when the players like got free at the beginning of round 3, an Alep appeared.
Yes.
Oh.
And as soon as the Alep appeared, all of the will-o-wisps that could still take actions, one of them was stunned. All of the will-o-wisps that could take actions fucking disappeared immediately. And the paladin was like, "Oh, that's a bad sign."
Yeah.
And when it was down to like 2 hit points, I was like, "Is it going to wink out of existence, or is it still going to keep attacking?" Do Aleps have like a sense of self? And both me and another player are like, no, well, Aleps are kind of like ghostly forms of forbidden knowledge. They wouldn't have a sense of self. So he rolled an attack on the paladin and actually crit.
Oh.
And I'm like, oh fuck, okay. So like I had dealt, I think it was like 8d6 plus 10.
What level is he?
5.
Oh god.
Okay. When I had narrated the maddening touch as like the Alep like almost seems to reach through your skull, and you think for a second that you could almost metaphorically feel its fingers squeezing your brain. And it literally like reached out to its side, like turning to where the paladin was, and lunged with both hands into his skull. And then I had the paladin join me in a private chat, and I described that he sees he's at the bottom of a vast canyon. And all along the bottom of the canyon with him are like haphazard crucifixes almost. With all manner of humans, elves, dragonborn, all very like haphazardly put up. Like, you know, in the beginning of Bloodborne and Yharnam when there's the giant blood-starved beast that's sitting on a burning cross in the middle of the city. That.
Okay.
And I recited the beginning portion to the key prophecy of the campaign. And I said, the beginning portion of the prophecy, and then right after that, I said the name of a town where like that location is near.
Yeah.
And it is the first pillar of creation. That basically the god of law is like trying to kind of re-up like his pillars of creation so that the entirety of society does not fall into chaos. And people at the pillars of his creation are dying. And he's like, okay. And
I gotta get somebody to take care of this.
Each pillar of creation represents a facet of society taken to 2 extremes.
Okay.
So, like, the crucifixes, for instance, is like a band of gnolls are living in that cavern and are crucifying anyone that they see, sort of Vlad the Impaler style, as a warning against, like, don't fuck with us.
Right.
And that's meant to represent, this is what happens when people don't have, like, fair punishments in society.
Yeah,
like,
it's all capital.
If they see you, capital punishment.
Yeah.
They're jumping to extremes. Don't do that. And he's kind of trying to, like, shepherd and grow the cleric of the party and make them be like, hey, law isn't all that bad.
Yeah.
Is he like a chaotic cleric?
Not even particularly. He just hates that god.
I see.
Okay. Neat.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
I couldn't stop my players from following my DMPC, so I've intentionally led them to skip half the dungeon. Granted, this was a module. Oh, okay. Well, it happens, I guess.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, you thought you were going. It's a red herring. You can use it. You just don't want to overuse it, right?
Yeah.
So, and the other thing is, writing is important, right? The other thing that is important, too, is when the game is done, you want to go back and you want to capture in text everything that happened. And great writers do recaps for their stories. Recaps are incredibly powerful today, okay? Wow. Nobody wants...
Today.
Today.
Yeah,
today.
Yeah.
But why?
So this is the thing. I like having my players recap things because you find out what matters to them.
Yes.
And
100%.
Yeah, and you really kind of like, and if there's some things that they missed that like they would know, like it was just that like in game it was a day, right? Like it was the other day that they found this out, and they go like, what was this, and then you just said you can tell them, that's fine. But like it really shows you the direction that they'll go, and what they're gonna keep pursuing, and it's very interesting because then you can kind of build more things around that, right?
Yeah.
Why isn't in Garibay's 10 Commandments of a DM?
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't there like a psychologist portion of it, like where you literally just need to like do social engineering, and see like, hey, what will my players latch on to?
Yeah.
No, that could kind of fall under mediator.
Oh, it was Arbiter, I think. That's the
one. Arbiter, my bad.
Yeah, that one's coming at some point. But yeah, maybe, I don't know. That's the thing.
Yeah.
But yeah, if he never touches on that kind of aspect, I don't remember if he has before. I don't think so. But if he never does, that's weird. I was thinking, and I can totally see Garibay saying you have to read The Art of War front to back before you play a game of Risk.
I would love that, actually.
That would be funny.
To watch your 4-hour game, right? What they want is a recap. A lot of people are interested enough in your game to read a recap. Now, why would...
Okay, so the other thing...
Yeah, what?
Bad place to pause. The other thing about it is, if you do your recap in, like, sparse notes so that you just have the bullet points of what matters to you, I mean... That's what you got, and that's all you need, right?
Yeah.
You can recreate it however you want in whatever flowery language you want, going into the storytelling thing, I guess. But all you need is just what you actually need, potentially. If you need to write it all out,
everything though.
Well, so if you need to write it all out, you absolutely can. That's the thing. But it'll take you a lot of time.
Yeah.
And if you got that time, then great. If you just want those bullet points, again, having your players recap for you is probably very useful.
Yeah.
It's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
What you do, and recaps are really important today because you can write a recap, right? And you could say, hey, and when you do a recap as a dungeon master, you're saying to your player characters, thank you for every minute. This story is not going to be forgotten. And today, because of the new shape of our world...
Wait, hold on. What's the term for when someone is like, what's the sentimentality? This sentiment, like this sentimental subtext.
Yep.
Yeah.
Subtext?
Yeah, like, oh, when you write a good recap, you are telling your players, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess he is talking about the subtext that they would receive, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought he's just saying it out loud, so I was like, "This is overt as hell." You mean? But
no.
No. Yeah, I got you.
Garibay is a man who believes subtlety is for cowards.
It's true. Yeah. Again, it's the same thing with his like seeing you as a god among men as a dungeon master, right? Like,
yeah.
Whatever this is, it's like, well, so did it matter that much to your players?
Man, if you made a campaign that mattered that much to your players, you're in the wrong profession, my guy.
I mean, yeah, like that's great. That's fucking great.
You should be like a fucking, I don't know, you should be like a politician.
Well,
like,
so,
actually.
Well, so, like, if he just made a module that you could just have published officially, you know? Like, but, like, regardless, yeah, I don't know what this, I don't know why it's so important to make, like, I don't remember everything from games that we've played. I remember a lot.
You bastard.
What? I know, right? But I remember a
lot.
Thought
we had something special.
I remember very select moments because they were very noteworthy, but I couldn't give you everything, you know?
Yeah.
Literally the other day, I went to a wedding, and it was one of my friend's weddings, and a friend of his came up and we started talking D&D, because a lot of people at that wedding also like played D&D. It was great. And he was like, what's your most like crazy moment? And I told him about when you guys burned down a door in a cave, because it was fucking insane. And it was great. But, like, it's stuff like that where
I still fucking hate that, because I literally mentioned it as a joke, and the whole party was like,
oh yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, all right. And I was like, wait, no, guys, we're literally going to smoke ourselves out. And they're like, oh, just go back to the cave entrance for 3 hours.
It's what happened. It was great.
Yeah, and it was.
It will always stick with me. That and fucking Kalungo getting double nat 20 to die on a disadvantage roll. Like, those are like the highlights of that fucking campaign so much. I remember other things like the werewolf bite, the goblin army that came originally that burned down your forest village, and how you guys got everybody to that cave and then negotiated. Like
Machiavelli grabbing Kalungo and running out, but leaving.
That's right. Like bag. Like I remember and I remember a lot about it, but those things go to the top because they're so fucking memorable, right?
Yeah.
But man, I did not write recaps for that. I did not, like, I put maybe some notes, but it was all like up here at least that I needed.
Yeah, because like for shit like that, the shit that actually winds up mattering, you don't really need a recap. That's gonna stick with you a long time. I don't think I'm ever gonna forget my character somehow persuading a werewolf to not kill me because I was a werewolf now.
Yeah, like there are moments in this thing where, and that's what I know when I know it matters, right? That's when I know that it was a good time and that it actually mattered, is because we have these moments that we can talk about and such. I don't
Literally,
need to,
like, years later.
Yeah, I don't need to give you a recap every session to let you know that I appreciate your time.
Yeah.
I hope you know that inherently because you're giving me it.
Yeah, I fucking give a recap because it just kind of helps me get back on track and know exactly where we are.
And also sometimes we take months in between.
Yeah.
So like, and like
I have that.
I have nothing against doing a recap, but man, it is not this song and dance of me saying, God damn, I'm so glad you guys are sucking my story's dick.
Thank you so much.
Fuck.
I'm glad it means so much to you.
Right? Like
my story.
It is, and if that's how you feel about it, awesome. Great. Yeah. That's not everyone.
Yeah, it's not.
You know, and it's not the pinnacle of everything, I don't think. I really think that the moments that you can still chat about and really just look back at are really where it's at, you know?
Yeah.
And that's how you know that you did a good job and your time was well spent.
That's how you know you did a D&D.
That's right. Play the outro.
Jump up, freeze frame, high five.
Yes, exactly.
You can take your recap and you can print it out and give it to your players, but you could take that same recap and put it on the internet, right? And that's powerful.
So green text?
Sorry. Yes, you could. I didn't expect that. Sure. I mean, if it means that much to you, you want to share it with other people, there's nothing wrong with that. But man, is it not the Holy Grail? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's funny.
The Holy Grail is the Holy Grail.
That's
Everybody
right.
knows that.
Excuse me. I'm glad to know I'm not the only person who doesn't remember everything. Oh yeah, same here. Yeah. Oh, don't worry.
Garibay does.
Yeah, that's right. Garibay writes it all down.
That's his territory.
Right. He writes it all down. He gives it to his players so that they always know. They always.
And by
remember.
Players, we mean all of existence. He writes the script.
That's true. He also puts it on the internet so everybody knows.
Game. You'll put that out on the internet, and people will come along in the comments, and they'll go, "That's a great idea. I'm going to use some of your ideas in my next campaign. You rock as a dungeon master." Or they're going to say, "That is a crap story. You are not good at dungeon mastering," and you can't ignore that, right? If it's one,
you should feel bad.
You absolutely can ignore that, and honestly, in some cases, please just ignore that. Because sometimes some people are just mean. Like it's just you're on the internet at that point. Welcome.
Oh my god, I love that quote. You're really bad and you can't fucking ignore that.
Like, and to be fair, if they have good constructive criticism, absolutely. Even if it's somewhat like harsh and somewhat like distasteful in language or something, right? Sometimes they can have some nuggets of truth in there. You just got to know what you can sort through and what you really want to pay attention to. Like that's with everything. That's just the internet.
That whole quote really reminds me of that fucking AVGN episode from a long time ago when he did Friday the 13th, the game.
Oh, yeah.
And he's like, "You're dead, your friends are dead, your family's dead, your mom's a fucking whore, your pets are being skinned alive, the whole world hates you, you're going to hell, deal with it. Game over."
That's right. Oh, man.
I love that quote to death.
Classic. I guess a record of Lotus War could be considered a recap of a D&D campaign. Pretty sure it's heavily edited, though. Yeah, I guess. But, like, it's the thing of, like, the importance of this, I guess. It's just what makes me fucking meme on it on occasion, right? It's just the amount of gravitas he gives all of his points that I'm like,
yeah,
man, I agree with you to a point for some of them, but I still gotta laugh.
Yeah. Because it just gets ridiculous.
Yeah.
One person out of 20 that's saying you're a crap dungeon master, ignore it.
He does say
18 out of 20, you got work to do, right?
Okay.
So that's the issue. Is it? It's really unless you're doing something really innovative and people just don't understand where you're at. Right, but sometimes you're just crappy at what you do, right? Like,
okay, yeah. As long as you put that in there as well, of like you could be doing something okay, or you're just bad at it,
or
which is
shit.
Absolutely something that is the case sometimes, right? Like,
yeah,
I'm not good at a lot
It's funny to hear him say that.
No,
but yeah, it could be.
Yeah, and I'm like, but it's one of those things where sometimes people get that thing in their head where they're like, I just got to keep going through it, even though like every time they try to do it, it's not great, right?
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, they could improve, absolutely. And if they want to keep doing it, they absolutely can keep doing it. But sometimes some people can't do things. Like, I can't draw. Drawing for me, like, Gardic Phone is what I love to do because I can do things with, like, weird lines and stuff, and it's fun. And I don't have to worry about it so much. But if I were to try to draw professionally at all, man, I would take fucking years to even get to a point where my stick figure looks all right. You know, I like my stick figures, and I like giving them little tiny faces, but that's like they always have 3 dots, 2 eyes, and a single mouth. That's like every time because it's fun. I like that. But it isn't. It isn't great, right?
You okay? By the way, you're doing a lot of coughing.
It's getting later, and now my throat is starting to die. I've got cough drops and stuff. Yeah, I've got water too. I'm fine. Don't mind me.
Okay.
I'll just be.
Because I know you were just sick recently, so.
Oh yeah, I'm still getting over the cough.
Do you guys remember when we played Boo's Call of Cthulhu campaign?
Yeah.
God, yeah.
And they drew the frog with the beard tentacle.
Yes.
Yeah. I remember that.
Yes, I do. It was great.
God, the eyes.
Damn kids in a suit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you're gonna publish,
blow the head off a man without hesitation, though.
yes.
Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, he was coming at you with a knife, so multiple people were.
That's true. If you're going to publish a campaign as a
Get
story,
down.
as a story in another medium, you have to treat the actual campaign as a first draft. Yes, absolutely, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
There is different there is times where even when the majority of people are saying it's one way, you got to stick to your guns. It's another way. Sure. But you got to be like a Leonardo da Vinci to be on that side, and you know whether you're a Leonardo da Vinci or not, right? Like, you know.
I mean, you could be deluded.
In all cases.
Is absolutely. You could absolutely just be deluded.
Yeah.
Why do I see in the more videos tab there's J. Scott Garibay, and it just says Dungeons and Dragons, and it looks like a Pokemon card of Charizard.
No, there's a flipped on its side Charizard holographic.
I don't know, man. That's not what we're covering today, but maybe that'll be in the future.
I want it to be what we're covering today.
Well, we're almost done here, and I'm dying.
There was another suggested video where it was Garibay holding a box of Pikachu cereal.
Really? Oh, I didn't see that.
It was like a box of cereal had Pikachu on it.
That's amazing.
I have no fucking idea.
What does he think about the writing and storytelling in Pokemon?
Oh god.
He probably doesn't like it.
Yeah. I doubt he plays it.
He was born in the 80s, don't you know?
That's right. He stopped way
lived
back
in the 80s.
He stopped at Gen 2. Also, I'm going to try a bacon avocado cheeseburger because I'm a millennial. Millennials still eat avocados, don't we? Yes.
And also, we're the ones that popularized it.
And also, that sounds great.
Yeah, it sounds good.
I want that.
I don't like avocado, but I love avocado. Say that probably would taste good.
Excuse me. I wouldn't want to do anything that goes against type. Fair enough. Yeah. I love avocado.
Oh, you don't want to have laser guns in your fantasy?
I'm
gonna.
Yeah. All right. So that's the issue. Is you know writing is very, very important. You need to be really on point, and afterwards capturing your game. The other thing is, if you do good recaps on your stories, those live forever, right?
Well,
and especially on the internet now.
Okay.
And it's really important that other people can learn from your mistakes or your successes or both, right?
It's potentially important to somebody, but marginally, I don't think that it matters in the long run. Let's be fair.
Yeah, Marjorie doesn't care about you.
That's right. Yeah, no, I don't think that we like. I get having a sense of ego to a degree, but at the same time, let's taper it down a little bit, man. Come on.
Yeah.
Phantasy Star has lasers in fantasy. That's true.
It does.
There you go.
But that's definitely top space. So
yeah, that's true.
And you are also projecting to your players that this. And now, let's talk about writing.
Okay.
Writing is a massively complex craft.
Thought we were.
I have written 2 books. Right.
Whoa.
And and the reality is, I realized I really wanted to be a writer. That's what I wanted to do as my career, right? And the reason why I'm not doing that now is I figured out that I am a good writer, and I'm good at finishing stories, and I am absolutely terrible at marketing, right? And in today's world, that's not a good mix. You just it doesn't.
That's fair. I've heard. So one of my friends is a writer. Like, that's what she is doing. And she's already put out some work. So, but she's told me about how marketing can be fucking nightmare. If you're making something that's like not going with the trends and such, man, is it fucking hard to find like people to actually like get your books.
I'm sure.
So like it's super. And she's also told me about some things of like some groups where they go into specifically like, this is what you should write in order to make money. And I'm over here going, oh god, but I understand why they're doing that, but right?
Yeah, right.
But yeah, so this is absolutely true.
Yeah,
interesting.
It sucks, but it's true.
Yeah, I'm sympathizing with Garibay. Fair enough. On the topic of burgers, fried eggs go great on them. I've heard that. I've not had one with fried eggs.
Like fried eggs on burgers are like pretty pog.
Shit.
Yes. Yeah, they are pretty fun.
Doesn't work that way, and I got a family to feed, right? So I quit my dream to be a professional novelist. I gave it like 2-3 years before I quit,
Sure.
right? And I'm like, I got mouths to feed. Well, I better go do something that actually pays, right? And today, for the vast majority of people, writing doesn't pay, right? But it is incredibly difficult, and I have written 2 novels. I'm very proud of them.
Cool.
I think they're good. I don't think they're great, right? And I think that
Surprising amount of humility coming from Garibay.
Yeah. But also, like, man, that's cool. Good for you, man.
I'd be willing to give him a read.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he has mastered writing, so
yeah.
Not like so I can like shit on it or anything.
No, I actually genuinely want to
actually be curious to.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if nothing else, he's got cave leech. Sorry. If nothing else, he has an incredible imagination.
Yeah.
So,
honestly,
like,
I think I really do think that it could be. I don't know what they're about or anything, but it sounds interesting.
Add a portmanteau of the words American and Indian. Amerindian 2192.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, is that? Sorry, what?
And that is his book.
Oh.
Wait. Okay. Whoa. Say that again.
You said Amerindian?
Amerindian.
Yeah.
Amerindian.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Amerindian. I don't know.
Oh.
There's that,
thank you.
Then the other one is Gamer's Gate.
Oh God. Okay.
When the elderly creator of tabletop role-playing games breaks down and states that the original fantasy RPG, Blade and Bolt, is not a game, but a carefully crafted survey of a world he traveled to in 1969, he is promptly admitted to a mental health facility. College student Stephen Cairn is the only B&B game master to believe this statement. He promptly rallies his player and orchestrates contact with the new world, Thrision, or Thrision, I don't know. The tabletop role-playing game community become invaluable experts overnight as governments and corporations seek guides to understand the people, creatures, locations, and magic on Thrision.
What the fuck?
Okay.
It's like, okay, that's okay. I get that's weird.
Yeah, that's kind of.
I'm like I'm fine with it, but like a little strange.
Yeah, it's a little strange. It kind of feels.
It's $2.99 like on Kindle. I might just say it's a $3 experiment.
It's 145 pages. That's it.
So like an hour or two.
Yeah, for the story that it describes.
If it's not a slog.
Yeah, I guess, but like at the same, that's interesting to me. At the same time, it weird, huh?
Yeah,
it's $38.99 for Amerindian 2192.
Jesus.
On Amazon.
Oh yeah, I see that hardcover. Holy fuck. Okay, well, interesting. Yes, Boo. Sunny side up eggs is life. There you go.
Yeah. Actually, more so than sunny side up eggs on burgers, what's really good is oh wait, no, that is is that sunny side up? What do you call it when the yolk's still running?
Sunny side up.
Sunny side up, yeah.
What's it called when the yolk is hard? Then just a fried egg?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Either hard boiled, scrambled, stuff like that.
Yeah, depends on how
poached is another one where it would be still runny, but that doesn't work in a burger.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
I'm a big fan of sunny side up eggs.
Oh, they're good.
And,
they're very nice.
Soft boiled eggs.
Yes. Have you ever had poached eggs?
I have. I generally, if I'm making like ramen, I just drop in a couple eggs in the pot and let it poach with the food.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now the way that I've always had poached eggs is very, very fun. Or maybe a soft-boiled eggs. I don't remember if there's a difference between poached and soft-boiled. But
So the difference between poached eggs and soft-boiled eggs is in one you leave the egg in its shell, and in the other you swirl the water so that it's swirling at a fairly fast rate, and then you drop the albumin and the yolk both, and the swirling of the water will cause it to it'll still be a bit wispy, but it'll be generally all centralized into one location.
Okay, and then which one is which? Sorry, the swirling is which?
The swirling is poached.
Okay, then I was thinking of soft-boiled. I apologize. The way I've had soft-boiled eggs is very, very fun. Is where you soft-boil it, then you put it in a small little cup, like a little egg cup, and then you slice off the top of the egg, where you have essentially like an egg that's acting like a cup holding in the soft yolk, and then you dip buttered toast strips into the yolk and eat that. It's so nice.
Ooh,
Yeah.
It's very fun.
Very, very big in the UK.
Oh, interesting.
I want. I'm my mom must have picked that up because she's English.
Ah, there you go.
A dirty Brit.
I don't know if it's that I'm bad at marketing so much as that I just don't want to do it. That's also fair. I think his novels come up in Google pretty quickly. Probably better than Battlefield Earth. Yeah. Over easy is runny. Over medium is a little more firm, but still runny. There you go.
As long as it's over, I guess.
I like over easy to over medium. I don't like when the yolk is firm.
That's fair.
Yeah, and I don't like hard-boiled eggs. Just something about the texture, and
that's also fair.
Yeah,
I find it. I like hard-boiled eggs, but I hate shelling them. Right?
Oh,
because
yeah, fair.
It's just annoying to me.
Yep.
Pro tip. Take and I'm gonna give you a little bit of information from Martha Stewart.
Ooh.
Take a spoon and just give the very, very top of the egg just a firm wrap.
Okay.
Because there is always an air pocket at the very top.
That is true. Yeah, I've noticed. Okay. I'll do so. Thank you. Sunny side up eggs also go great over rice with fried onions and herbs. So good. Ooh,
and of course, I can never fucking egg sandwich. Just cook up a small little kind of baby omelet and then just put them on some butter toast and
100%. Now
we're hungry.
About it, I might tomorrow make some deviled eggs if I can.
Ooh,
fucking love deviled eggs.
I like me some. You take some over medium eggs, and you take you fill up a dish with a decent amount of soy sauce, ponzu, and I use a lot of garlic.
Sure. Yeah.
And just make soy sauce eggs for the day before I make some ramen.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yolks have been breaking a lot when I cook them. I think they're breaking before I crack them. Oh. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Anyway, we were talking about what?
Yeah, the fuck we talking about writing?
I'm very confident, and even I'm not the whole world needs to I'm going to be a marketing engine, right? That takes even more confidence than I have, right? It's just, it's tough, right? So, but the thing is, we call Dungeon Masters to master writing, and it is distinctly different than storytelling, right? And the writing craft is brutal. You have to learn, and let's get into it. Let's crack this can of worms open, right?
Please.
One of the reasons why I keep saying, do not call people lightly to Dungeon Masters.
Oh God, not this again.
Very carefully. Because if you call most people to dungeon mastering, you are calling them to a massively painful failure.
We've gotten half thoughts about writing so many times now. I'm just waiting for it, you know?
Yeah.
He's saying that he's not he's talking about how when you're a dungeon master, you're a master of writing. He doesn't even consider his own books that he has written to be great. He considers them good, which is good and humble. I like that, which means he has room to improve in that aspect. But what does that mean then about his mastery over writing in his games.
Yeah.
Like, the implication is there, right? I don't have to look too far here, but I'm also like...
What year did his books come out?
I don't know. You have the thing. The second one was 2010.
Oh,
wow.
Okay. So when he was ostensibly older than 12.
Yes. Yes. He's had plenty of time. I take my fried egg sandwiches with onion salad dressing on toast. Ooh.
Guys, you guys fucking make me hungry.
Yeah, right. I didn't eat dinner.
Neither have I, and I typically go to bed at 10, and it's 9:50.
Well, we're almost done.
I typically, my supper one night is my lunch the next day, so I'm not sleeping a lot tonight.
Garibay is a greater prophet than L. Ron Hubbard. Yes, that's true.
I think most people who try dungeon mastering fail at it. And
by the way, I can't come on with the sunlight and everything. I fucking can't. Come on, it's like the dark one, but with the literally can't see shit. But this time it's now just I can't see because of the sun.
Yeah,
come on.
They definitely, and I think everybody fails at it for 3 years. I don't even think you got your legs until, if you're gonna be a sword master, nobody's like, you're a great sword master after.
Training with a sword is different than writing, my man. Calm down.
Writing.
Oh my God. Have you never watched an isekai? You can be a master of. You can pick up a sword and already be a master.
That's true.
Yeah. As long as you're,
the main
transported
character.
to an alternate
world. As long as
world.
you died in another world.
As long as Truck-kun fucking fuck you up.
So long as you have a harem following you around.
Also true. Yes. Yeah.
6 months, no, it takes. You're gonna be a suck game master for like 3 years.
You're gonna be a suck.
You're gonna be a sucky game master. So this is official now. You're going to be a sucky game master for 3 years, apparently.
For 3 years.
Very cool.
So then you know what you do? You run a single session and then you stop
for 3 years.
Then you're immediately good.
Yeah, man. What an interesting time frame that you have now set up. Like, sure, you could suck for a while, I guess, but I wouldn't put a limit on it. I wouldn't put not a limit, a time frame on it at all. Because
you never know how long you're gonna suck.
Yeah, it's all still gonna be a learning experience regardless. But like, I don't know. Whenever I look at what I do, I don't look at it like it's always the best thing ever, or I just look for where I can improve, right? I never want to get to the point where I just say, yes, this is the greatest, I have peaked here, right?
Yeah.
Because then I've given up. Like, I at least for me personally. So, but regardless, after 3 years, you're gonna be good at it, I guess, which I go, okay.
Well, the thing is, you might have a natural talent. You might be good at it from the beginning.
Absolutely.
It's very possible.
12 years old and starting dungeon mastering.
Yeah.
Potentially, and fucking being the greatest. I don't know.
So he started DMing at 12. He became good at it at 15.
Right, yeah. Which my narrative is being destroyed. I don't understand anymore. I thought you were a master at 12. Yeah. Help.
Not a gooder at 12.
Yeah. What? Inconsistency.
Year 4, 5, 6, you might hit your stride. Maybe 7, 8, 9, you're gonna actually be a dungeon master.
It takes almost a decade.
Wow.
My God.
Brother.
I'm so glad you guys are okay with me being a shitheel for so long.
Yeah, I mean, I'm dealing with it a day at a time, but like,
we both have support groups,
but we don't cross at all.
You don't cross pollinate.
We can't give them a double dose.
They die.
I just, oh my God, it does take a few years to buy a house.
And hey, nowadays it does take a decade.
Oh my God.
Oh God, that's fucking good shit, man.
Right. So So with this writing part, if you're going to be a good writer today, you got to go to college. Period.
So now you got to go to college too.
No, you don't have to go to college.
You don't have to go to college. You're not going to learn shit.
You could. Well, so you could, but regardless, you don't need to do that to write. You do not need to do that. Anyone can write. Whether or not you write well is all a matter of learning and experience and practice, right? And continuing to try to write. But you don't need to fucking take a college course in writing to do it.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm not going to gatekeep being a good storyteller behind a degree.
Exactly. Yeah. Like, that's fucking stupid. It's just thinking about it. I'm like, I look at like modern fucking cinema today, and I look at the scripts, and I'm like, yeah, these people went to college. Great, good. I didn't go to college for writing, and yet I can look at these things and go, dude,
this is terrible.
What the?
You don't have to be a 3 or 5 or however many it is Michelin star chef to tell you that burnt toast is going to taste like shit.
Yeah.
What the fuck. Man, I've been writing my shit now, my Cthulhu campaign, for a little over, as actually going on nearly 3 years now.
There you go.
It takes time. Yeah. And the thing is, I consider this, at least for the moment, I don't know if I hope that I will, do more and like better stuff after it. Yeah. But at the moment, I consider this currently to be, even though it's not even done yet, I consider it to be one of the best things I've ever created.
Yeah, your magnum opus.
Yeah.
Yes, it literally is.
Yeah, that's fair. And
it's not because I'm like, oh my god, this shit is so fucking good.
No, but you put so much time and effort and care into this shit.
Yes, I put so much time, so much effort, and I'm really, really trying to make it the best I can make it.
Yeah, which is absolutely, like, commendable.
Yeah.
And but that's the thing. You didn't fucking go to college for that shit.
I'm high school educated.
Yeah,
that's it.
There you go.
I chose not to go to college,
which is fair.
Yeah.
Like, if I could go back and still meet all of my friends that I met in college and not have gone, I fucking would. Okay, fuck me. But
what'd you go to college for again? I don't even remember.
Oh, I went. I'm still in that. But
oh, okay, you're still in like the hacking the government shit.
Yeah, I'm still hacking the government, and
okay. Let me know if you find out where the lizards actually are.
Oh,
I know. I mean, we know Zuckerberg is.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Remember, he slipped up for a moment.
He escaped the enclosure.
Yeah,
I loved that slip.
That slip was so funny. When I was human, I mean, I still am human.
Oh, that is.
Yeah, so good.
I was human. I mean, I still am.
I didn't mean to imply that I wasn't human. I still am. It's like, so good.
And then you've got a fucking lizard. You know that meme of the guy like wiping sweat off his brow, and he's like pushing a button.
Yeah,
I just see that meme with a lizard head instead, like a snake head instead of a dude, and it's just like cancel broadcast.
Yeah.
Oh, shit was so good.
It was great.
You know what though? Like, I know Facebook has lost a bunch of money because they sank it into Metaverse.
Oh, dude, it's so funny.
Metaverse is a horrible failure, and it truthfully delights the soul. It sparks joy.
It does. Yeah, it does.
However, what would get me to like actually like try it?
Yeah,
would be like if like I found out that like someone swapped Mark Zuckerberg's model in that game with like a lizard face, and they can't get rid of it.
I would love that. God, he's so good.
That would be so good.
Oh my god,
dude! I remember I was watching. I don't know if either of you know RT Games or Gaming. I think.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you saw the
thing.
You
don't have to.
Yeah, he played Metaverse. For anyone who doesn't know, he played Metaverse just to show it off on stream. And as he was after he played it, their stock fucking dropped.
That's amazing.
Like, and I don't know if it's because of that, But man, it is such a coincidence, at least, that right after he showed off how fucking terrible it is, it just dropped like 24%.
That's a big fucking drop.
It is fucking funny as hell. Oh,
yikes.
So good. So fucking good.
No, like, it's literally just worse VR chat.
It
yeah,
is.
That's the
it
thing.
is.
Which is not a high bar.
No, it is not. Oh my god. And VR chat you don't even need VR for. Let's be fair.
Yeah.
VR chat wasn't even designed to be like a good game in and of itself.
Yeah.
It was meant to like test like, you know, VR.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's so
like
funny.
a tech demo, effectively.
Yeah.
Kind of. It was meant to like get people out there, start making like open source like code and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that too, I guess. But mostly the furry shit.
In my opinion, the creative writing class I took just caused me to poo-poo all my ideas too much. Yeah, that's the other. Like, when I was in high school, I took a single creative writing class, and it was one of my most favorite classes, actually. Like, my teacher, in high school, my teacher was so supportive and, like, legitimately was very nice and, like, did a good, like, actually a good job teaching us about, like, actually trying to write creatively. It was great.
Mm-hmm.
It was fantastic. And even afterwards, I don't want to toot my own horn. I don't like doing that. But it does stick out to me because there was one point where she did, and I didn't take this like for anything at the time. But these days I think about it a bit. Where she literally like said, "Hey, keep writing. Just don't stop writing. It's you're good at it." And I was like,
"How nice.
Fuck. That's weird."
How nice.
But like,
what are these? What is this warm fuzzy?
Right. Yeah, exactly. I kind of just like laughed it off and stuff, right?
Kill
it.
it.
Thank you. Right. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
Happiness,
and like, what's that?
it was very nice though. Like that having a teacher like that who can really inspire you is fantastic to have in that kind of class. And if you don't get that, man, that sucks. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Really, I wish you did.
I will share my experience with a similar thing. It's not on your scale, but like
sure.
When I was in college, I had to have a credit in a public speaking class.
Oh yeah.
And my options were talking, essentially public speaking, like talking in front of large groups.
Right.
Which I should have taken because I'm a chemistry person, and like conferences are things.
True.
But fuck that.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
Absolutely. Me too.
The other option was speaking in front of like smaller groups, like maybe say like the 10,
more like a
people.
meeting as opposed to a
yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And the third option was story.
Ooh.
And me being the child that I am, I was like, storytelling sounds fun.
Okay.
And I took that. Now I am horribly uninspired as a person.
Okay.
So every time, like, this lasted all semester. Every time that I had an assignment and I had to, like, go up and, like, share my story about a thing, I lied. I lied through my fucking teeth. I had nothing. But what I am though is a very fantastic ad-libber and liar.
Okay.
And that was a bad semester for me. I was like failing most everything except that class.
Except for the lying class.
Except for the class where I lied. I've always been good at that. And I was talking to the teacher, like after class one day, and I was like, I'm going to be like for real with you. None of these have happened to me. And she's like, okay, that's still storytelling.
Yeah.
You're still exercising the skills that you've been taught, even if you're lying through your teeth.
Yeah.
You're doing really well. And I was like, aw.
That's nice.
Aw,
Good.
thanks for complimenting my lying.
Yeah.
That actually reminds me of
You're enabling me. Yay.
That reminds me of a Ryan George sketch where he's fucking was the first guy to write a movie and or to tell a story, and he's like, "You fucking lied."
Yeah,
It's like, that just sounds like fancy lying.
Yeah.
And then like, oh no, it was a movie. Yeah, it's the first guy to like pitch a movie.
Yeah.
And the guy who's like, "Oh man, I really like that. Okay, keep lying, lie more."
Keep lying. That's really right. Good. Oh, I remember this now. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's fun. That's good. Yeah, I love your shit. Yeah.
Me too.
So yeah, there you go. Have your wholesome moment, everybody, for fucking. You can do whatever you want. You're great. Do it.
You can do whatever you put your mind to, unless you can't.
Unless you can't. Unless it's physically impossible.
Yes.
You can do anything you put your mind to. Your mileage may vary.
Exactly.
The FDA has not approved the statement.
Write what you want to write. Someone will like it. That's also true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just write whatever the fuck you want.
Even if it's just you.
Yeah, even if it's just legitimately, even if it's just you. Fuck it. Why not?
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of which, I was talking about it before because I was talking about this was way back before either of you got into the chat. I'm doing like writing prompts in a different server because a friend got me in there, and it's just nice to do that kind of stuff and kind of flex a little bit of like my creative muscle in that way. Which I was talking about it, and at least I think it was Khan who wanted to see some of the prompts and stuff. So I'm gonna add a writing channel to the server so that we can have some, like, if people want to just put down shit, then they can.
Yeah, you just want to write shit.
And I'm just gonna share my prompts whenever I make them. They're not great, but they're there, and I feel like
make a prompt about a giant goat.
No, I'm not in charge of the prompts. I'm just writing them out after I'm giving them. But
one of the subreddits that one of the subreddits I've been a part of for the longest time was r/writing prompts.
Oh fuck yeah. Honestly, it would be cool to have if people want to just to do that kind of stuff in there, which would be super neat.
I might be misunderstanding. What do you mean when you say a writing prompt? Do you essentially mean like an idea? Yeah.
So I'll literally read one out to you. Let me get my phone so I don't just fuck up the screen here. Yeah. So one of our friends will just post like, okay, this is the prompt this time. So do this, and so we do. Right. The first one we did was write 2 paragraphs as if they are the first and last paragraph of a story, implying the plot between. Yeah. So like stuff like that we've been doing. The second one was a paragraph with every sentence being 7 words or fewer. Like it's just some interesting little things that we've been doing. And the last one we just did, that I just finished before the podcast started, was just dialogue. 1 to 2 pages of just dialogue, no descriptive things, just dialogue to just see what you can make.
Interesting. Okay, so it's kind of like a writing challenge.
Yeah. They're all just little challenging prompts that are just fun to do, honestly, and I'm having a great time with them. So
yeah, that sounds fun.
So I'll just share those little things with like the prompt this thing with it. So yeah.
Now write a description of a giant goat.
I will do that.
Okay. That's my writing prompt for you.
Thank you.
That's my writing prompt for everybody in the stream if you decide to do anything.
There you go. That's the way.
That's how.
That's how we do it. And
so, in another writing prompt, write my campaign for me.
That's how you get them. You get them in with the goat, and then you get them to write for you. Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's like, oh man, write a description of a goat. Now an entire 400-page campaign. Please, thank you.
Anyway, don't worry about the lizards. There's no reason to look for them. That's right.
Yeah,
they're not there. I promise.
Yeah, just like the Skaven.
Yeah. People on RP forums have told me they like what I write there, but mind goblins were born. Yes. Yep. Same. I feel that every time. Like, I'm legitimately trying to write a story to make into a book or something, and
Ooh.
every time I get to it, like I keep going to like the first chapter and like looking it over, and then I keep and I've been trying to refine it a little bit, and then I get to the second chapter, and literally the other day I completely rewrote the beginning of the second chapter because I was like, no, this makes more sense. So like but my brain also goes so
my problem lately is that I've written a full adventure, a full prologue, and the campaign backstory, but I keep having to go back to the first adventure and changing shit.
Oh, yeah.
Not because I'm dissatisfied with it, but because I'm like, I need to, this needs to be in there, this needs to be in there.
Yeah.
I keep fucking running into shit that needs to be added.
Yeah.
Whole adventure is fine. I just need a couple more things.
Right. And I'm gonna have some people look over the first chapter at some point just to get some feedback and stuff and really kind of work on it. But yeah, my brain go and I go, okay.
Yeah. I'm very lucky to have like someone with a degree in creative writing to edit for me.
Yeah, that's fair.
And she's like college educated, and she's like, I presented my adventure, and she's like, wow, yeah, this is like way better than the shit that people were even writing in college. And I'm like, yes.
Nice. Hell yeah. There you go. Yeah, no, well, that's the thing. When you're in college, you write so that you pass.
Yes,
exactly.
That's true.
Like there's
that's a good point.
Like there's no reason to, if you're doing it for the passion, you're not doing it for college.
Yeah,
like
it's true.
Not necessarily.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we should probably get back to Garibay.
Yeah, let me just read a couple of things.
We have another 3 minutes.
Yeah. Sorry.
Stuck in here.
I wonder how Gaia Online's doing. Oh, I remember that. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, me too.
Hey, don't let the truth get in the way of a good story. Yes. A good story is worth its weight in gold. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'll make it really fucking long.
We'll finish. I can confirm that people do write some shit in college. Yes. Fucking I did. And I do.
He did.
Language is just too ornate. And language is... And so this is one of the things is, I honestly believe if you're going to be a dungeon master, not a dungeon gooder, not a dungeon okayer.
God damn it.
You need a college
degree.
There it is. I got 2. Right? Like, I got a master's degree.
Did you just say if you want to do this, you need to... Don't you dare have just said that we need a fucking a degree at least.
Not a dungeon gooder, not a dungeon okayer. You need a college degree.
Fuck.
I got 2. Right? Like, I got a master's degree and a bachelor's. And honestly, I think...
But what if that
I think that gives me an advantage over the both of you.
Yeah, that's right. But
Shit.
Like, fucking like, I don't need to talk about it. You already get it. We already
there's no point.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
To have the language, to have like to be a good writer, I don't think you get it done today without a college degree. I just don't see like.
What's your degrees in, Garibay?
Yeah, you didn't actually say what your degree was.
I know what they are. One of them is
I think one of them was creative writing.
No. Oh, was it maybe? I think the major, like the one he got as a master's degree was political science or something.
So
I don't remember.
He has a bachelor's degree.
I think so. But regardless, like, dude, just tell, like, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I got a college degree in construction, I guess. Is that even something you can get a degree?
Yeah.
He never said it had to be a degree in writing. Just a college
That's the
degree.
thing, right? That's exactly what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck does it matter then? If you need just a random degree, I go in for fucking Batman class, you know?
Hell yeah.
Learn all about Batman, and I get my bachelor's degree in Batman, and now I can write for D&D and be a dungeon master. Like, what the fuck, man? It's so arbitrary.
And, you know, and if you're like, oh, Scott, you're crazy, right? Think about SNL. You know, like...
Think about what?
SNL? Oh.
Whoa. Okay.
Dude.
I'd rather not.
It doesn't... So, fuck me.
Did you know that SNL actually directly stole a joke from Joel
Yeah,
Amber?
yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I saw that.
Yep. Fucking, like, that, like, okay. The other thing is, I'm planning to go on a trip later or early in next year to go to why can't I think of Chicago. I'm gonna go to Chicago, and I'm gonna see some stuff and maybe go to an improv thing. And that place apparently has handpicked people to go to SNL. And I'm like, okay, so I just need to know, like, basically, now I'm like, well, so is it because they were good at it and they were funny, and they did they have a degree as well? Like, I don't know what the specification here is, first off. But at the same time, like, if you're good at improv, you could probably do that without getting a degree. Have you seen YouTube?
Yeah.
There are people on there who did not go into improv in college who just do it.
Yeah,
I would
assume
assume
they're just good at it.
That are just good at it. Yeah. So, like, I don't know, man. This need for a piece of paper to validate my being a dungeon master is fucking strange.
Well, not even to validate it, just to allow it.
Yeah, true. A giant goat, an oversized grass killer, a gigantic tin can muncher can give milk to feed a big city. Done.
Oh my god.
There you go.
I love it. Super good.
Shakespearean.
You need a dungeon master's degree. Yeah. Yes. I think you've heard that you can get degrees in gaming now, or maybe it was just that there are classes on it. I don't think it was just game design. Dude, if there is actually, like, gaming degrees, quote unquote, fuck me. I'm just stop. I'm done. I'm done.
What the fuck, man?
I don't need anything anymore, ever.
Yeah.
Where are they getting their joke writers? You know where SNL gets its joke writers? Harvard and Yale. I'm not kidding, right?
So that's why it's so shitty.
I was gonna say I don't care either.
I'm sure a couple maybe from Harvard or Yale or whatever. Why do I care?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like, if they make a bad joke, if they write a bad joke, then they wrote a bad joke. Like, and somebody else could do the same thing or better. Fucking okay, great, wonderful. It's the same fucking thing. It's this fucking appeal to authority.
Yeah.
Of like, if you're a writer, then you can critique books and such. If you're a screenwriter, you can critique movies and stuff. It's like, no, anyone can fucking do this. Stop.
Yeah.
Why are we doing this? What is the point? If a guy who has literally never seen a movie before or read a book before does so and then has valid criticism afterwards that you can use to improve the work, what does that mean? It means that your piece of paper really doesn't matter in the grand scheme when you're trying to critique something or, create something in this way. It really doesn't. Maybe you have a leg up, sure, but at the end of the day, anybody can do some of this shit. Some of it. Now, medical professions probably need some more training.
They need training.
But that is a specific profession. The
thing is, the difference is that writing is a creative thing. Anybody can create, whereas fucking being a doctor is a very technical profession. Thus, you need to learn the technique.
There are skills that you actually need, and like terminology and prescribing things. Like, there's a lot of assets there, or not aspects there that you absolutely need to know.
Yeah, you gotta learn Latin.
That's right.
Also, why are people saying Latin is a dead language when, like,
because it doesn't
Latin
evolve.
America exists?
Okay.
No, that's all they speak there. That's why they call it Latin America.
That's right. You're right about that.
I came up with that joke like 2 days ago, and I just wanted to say it.
That's fair. Did you go to Harvard?
No.
Oh,
never even been to Harvard, let alone gone there.
Yeah, no, it's one of those things, right? This. Fuck me. It's just. Where did The Onion get its writers? SNL is more misses than hits. Eddie Murphy was the best they had to me. That's fair. There's a lot of good stuff. There's a lot of bad stuff. There's no point where it's all been hits and all been misses. You know, when people say SNL died at such and such point, it's like, well, you can find good jokes still. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Caveman movie critic. Yes, that's me, Unga Bunga.
Today, you need a college degree. And so if you're going to if this one discipline, this one bullet point, right, is literally calling you to a college degree.
No.
Right? And I really don't think you hit real dungeon mastering without this discipline mastered. And I don't think you master writing without a college degree. Now, I will say this. I think this is unfair. I don't want I think Dungeons & Dragons in its current structure, okay, dungeon mastering as it's currently structured demands a college degree. I really do. And it's not even dungeon mastering. It's not even dungeon.
You're the one who's imposing this. You realize, like, why the fuck? Who are you citing here that has created this rule that you now follow to such a degree? It is just you, as far as I'm aware. But if you can point to the person who taught you this, and don't you dare point at Gary Gygax, I swear to
Jesus
God.
Christ.
Because, like, I don't think he would believe this shit either.
Yeah.
First off, but second off, I don't care what he has to say.
You sully his memory.
Yeah, he's already done so a few times. But, like, legitimately, I don't... Who are you talking about that isn't just yourself? Who else believes this? I need to know. I need to know how you got this mentality.
Probably Dungeon Craft.
Dude, I don't know. I like legitimately.
Is Dungeon Craft off-brand Daniel Radcliffe?
No. Dungeon Craft was Professor Dungeon Master.
Yeah.
Fucking.
That's like I don't.
Who's off-brand Daniel Radcliffe?
That is that's one of the dungeon dudes.
Yeah, one of the dungeon dudes sat beside.
It's not Kelly.
Alan Rickman. It's not Alan Rickman. That's
no.
for sure.
That's right. It's not. Is it Kelly?
No. Kelly is Alan Rickman.
Fuck, I can't remember his name off the top of my head. Anyway,
Betty. We'll just go with Betty for now.
That's fine.
I forget his name too.
Yeah. Also, I'm glad of all the tangents because Denny's is taking quite a while. You're welcome, Lux. You're welcome.
Yeah, it works out then.
I wonder if Garibay watches How to Be a Great GM. Oh, dude, I don't know. But that's the thing. I feel like they would clash. I really do.
Yeah.
Fucking guy has so much more sense than this. He's gotten so much better since we covered some of his older shit. Like he is
like the dice tosser. Yeah.
Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah.
Yeah.
Like there's so many things. The fucking semen in the road in the cup. Like come on.
Oh god. Ooh, I forgot about it. And
I've unlocked the pain once again. Yes.
That was
that was repressed for a reason.
yeah,
I'm legitimately like, should I have a fucking thing in mind that's like it blank like semen?
Dude, right? Yeah. I bet Corey would agree with what Garibay is saying now. No, so I wouldn't say that either. That's the thing. Garibay agrees with Cody about the Pathfinder thing. I know that for a fact because I have videos that to cover at some point that he literally talked about it. So I'm excited to see his opinion.
God.
Because at some point we will revisit that whole debacle, but once it's sufficiently like just stuff that isn't just the taking 20 stuff, it's more just looking at other people's things about it, really, because it's more interesting to see what other people have to say at this point, and whether it be good stuff or bad stuff, right? Like if they agree or disagree with him, I really want to see, how people either ripped him apart back in the day, right? Or really tried to agree with him, because that shit was great. That was funny. And these days, that's the only kind of semblance of joy I get from any of looking at any of that kind of stuff from Cody, unfortunately, because I don't want to. I just don't want to watch his newer content. It just doesn't. Yeah. I don't know. Mostly because of how he interacts on Twitter.
Is he still being a shitter on Twitter? A Twitter shitter?
I haven't seen anything from him recently, but I haven't been paying attention because
maybe Elon will have spared us his tripe.
Maybe that's the thing.
The thing that I remember most of all was when he was like, "Oh man, there's like no fucking female D&D people because they're with Ginny
and then
D."
Ginny D immediately said, "Stop."
Yeah, don't you fucking use my name as a part of this shit.
Yes. Oh, it was so good.
That was so good.
I was so happy. Yeah.
I know.
But yeah, anyway, let's see if we can finish this shit out.
Yeah.
It's not even a Dungeons and Dragons problem. I think the world today, a college degree is like a high school degree was even 5 years ago. Definitely.
Okay, that I agree with to the extent of like it being necessary in order for you to even try to live in this world, right?
Yeah.
To a degree. But,
as it were,
so
to speak.
I didn't intend it.
I know.
Yeah, but like, in order to get to a point where you can live on your own and shit, like you have to either be incredibly like not lucky, but even sometimes lucky.
You gotta be lucky.
Yeah, sometimes really lucky just to be able to do shit, or you need to get into a field that pays well, and so you need that college degree because everybody cares about that piece of paper. Like that's the thing, which sucks. Absolutely, I wish it wasn't that way too. But the fact that you continue to espout that our fucking hobby that we like to enjoy playing on occasion also requires this is bonkers to me.
Another barrier to entry.
Yeah, I don't know why you would be doing this, especially with something like this where you're trying to convince people that this is what they should be doing. Like, what the fuck?
Years ago, right? It is incredibly difficult in today's world to make a good nut without a college degree. It's very hard, right? And I think it's really hard for people to be good dungeon masters as the game structure today. That's why I want Dungeons & Dragons 6th edition, which is not what's coming out in 2024, to be a 99-page book with 3 32-page adventures released every year to lower the literacy and allow dungeon mastering to level out to a place where people who do not have bachelor's degrees at the minimum can be.
Are you aware of modules?
What is happening?
I am so confused.
Yeah, I'm like completely lost here.
What
the fuck?
So, in order to make it so that D&D is, for lack of a better term, dumbed down,
we need to have
99-page rule books with 32-page modules
every year.
Now, is it something to do with the fact that it has less content to look at and go across, or is it the quality of writing that you need to have to diminish to the point where they only put out 32 pages of something? Like,
well, I think what he's saying is we need to have these adventures put out so that more people don't have to go through what it takes to become a dungeon master, so that way they can just pick up the module and go. They don't have to own a house or get a college degree before they can run the game.
That kind of tracks. That's weird.
I could see that. It'd be weird, but I could see it.
Yeah,
I think,
you're...
but what the fuck is the point of that when you have DM's Guild and modules that already exist?
Yeah, that's true. Wow. I think maybe it's to make it more mainstream,
and accessible.
But it's already
as if it's not already accessible enough.
I did talk about before how maybe sometimes people don't really go to those sites because it's not what's right in front of them, right? Which makes sense enough in that kind of respect, I guess. But at the same time, I don't believe this is the play. I don't see how. I guess to a degree it might do that, but it also really limits a lot, I think.
All right. Yeah. So it's 10:30 and I still have not made dinner.
Yeah.
Go
cook your 14-course meal and go to bed.
It will probably take you an hour to go through the extra minute that's left in his videos.
We have comments
so
and
I'm
stuff,
going to sign out here.
Yeah,
Okay.
Absolutely. Go on.
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Dude, I don't like legitimately I'm
kind of at a loss here.
I'm really, cuz it's either he means what you're saying, which makes a modicum of sense, or like and by modicum of sense I mean in his twisted logic.
Yeah, no, I know.
But like either that or this weird implication that we need to dumb this shit down. And like either way, you could read it either way, which is bad. Because if you read it my way that I proposed, that's very bad.
It's really bad. And if you read it my way, it's still bad. It's
still not good. Like, I don't. Oh man, I don't get this.
Fuck?
What the fuck does this have to do with getting a degree? I don't.
What does getting a degree have to do with being able to play Dungeons and Dragons?
Exactly. It's the thing that once you get down to that point, it's like, well, you're on a fucking pile of sand and the tide is coming in. Like,
you sit upon a throne of lies.
Exactly.
But you're the DM, so you're supposed to.
You're supposed to. Exactly. I'm so confused. Holy shit.
Juice,
okay.
I'm gonna get some orange juice when this is done.
So that literacy
Me too,
will
honestly.
in the necessity of the game. It's one of the things that we can do and we can attach to it.
It's a nice tree
well,
in the background.
That's my opinion. What do you think? Do you understand the difference between storytelling and writing? Do you make those disciplines distinct within your game? And how do you approach the writing task within your game? Also, do you agree with me that dungeon mastering really, in today, 2021, if you're going to be a good dungeon master, you really need a college degree.
No.
And Dungeons & Dragons is calling every dungeon master, and frankly, I think every dungeon player as well.
A dungeon player?
Oh, now what the
fuck is a dungeon player?
So now, oh my god, first off. And second off, now he's spreading it out even further. Oh my god, now it's not just dungeon masters, it's your players too who need fucking college degrees to play the game. Holy fuck. Holy
how are you supposed to be better than your players if they all have the same shit that you do?
I know, right?
How are you supposed to keep them?
Oh my god, the weirdest part about this.
Why should I fucking play under you? You're not better than me. We're equal. That way you can't be a dungeon master. You're just a dungeon.
God. You're just a dungeon.
That's it.
This. Oh my god. Fuck me. Like, this is so weird coming from him, where now it's like, we need to not have this element here that is required for mastery, okay? This is what he is now spouting at, like, the ending of his video of this is a thing you need to master. He's now saying, fuck this, we need to get rid of this, where I'm over here going, why the fuck did you implement it then? like, just because you have a degree, it seems to be the way it is.
I wonder if he's ever played in somebody else's game.
I don't think so.
Like, I mean, first off, yes, I agree that he's never played anybody else's game. But, like, I wonder if maybe he had a dream where he played somebody else's game and it was like, he thought it was the shittest thing ever.
Oh, dude, I don't know. Yeah.
And then it's like, oh man, it must have been bad because I have this, and this.
Yeah.
And now I need to spread the word that everybody.
Yeah.
Ugh.
I'd say, Lex says, I say it's better to go to trade school than college unless you have a specific plan. I say this is someone who went to college instead of a trade school. Oh, I'm the same way. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. As a person going to college, you should go to trade school instead if you don't know exactly what you want to do. Which, fucking, if you know exactly what you want to do at fucking 18 when you get out of high school, Jesus Christ, you're better off than me. Jesus. I went and I thought I knew, but holy fuck, dude. I want to perpetuate the truth that is, you don't have to know exactly what you have to do after high school. You just, like, and don't be fucking pressured into being forced to go to college. Holy shit, it is it is bad for you in terms of if you don't get scholarships and shit, right? Student loans are bad. Fuck me. I really hope they get erased for me at least, and everybody who's applied, right? With that whole program. Though, honestly, I don't know if that's gonna happen.
Yeah, probably not.
Let's be fair and like realists for a second. But I applied anyway, and I'm fucking hoping. Regardless, like the stuff like this fucking gets my fucking I hate it, because it's like, you can't do this shit without this college degree, and it's like, dude, you realize that you asked us to buy a house.
Yeah.
You
gotta own a house.
First off, going to college is even more expensive than owning a house. That shit lasts with you forever. I know a loan for a house. I'm thinking about getting a house, by the way.
Shit.
I am, because I would like to just not have to pay somebody else for my own home that is mine, that I can do whatever I want in, right? And technically,
it's going to be the same thing, except you're paying the bank.
Technically, that is still the case, but the way that this works now is that I can't, like, I don't know, do any renovations or anything to this place, right? And if something breaks or something, it's not like $700 out of my pocket, right? For like, you know, it's obviously I'm hyperbolic about that for some things, but like we had a leak that happened that neither of us caused, that I have no fucking idea how it happened at this point, and we had to pay fucking $300 for it because
leak.
Yeah, because it fucked up the ceiling, and it like they had to cut out a ceiling tile, right, and then replace it, and like the leak has not happened since. I have no idea how that fucking leak happened, but it did at one point, and it gushed the shit out of that ceiling thing. And like
that's a lot of damage for a mild onion.
Exactly.
Anyway.
But anyway, so like these things can go with you forever. But my point is, why the fuck are we doing this? You know?
I don't know.
Why the fuck?
I don't know.
Are we putting a price tag on D&D that isn't just getting a book?
And why are, another thing, I have a friend that who was going to play test my Call of Cthulhu shit until her group has kind of taken a break.
Sure.
And I showed her one of these podcasts. She might even watch it right now. Who knows?
Oh, fuck
and specifically, I told her about how we did a Garibay video where he said, I forget exactly what it was, but it's like, if you're not blank, you're going to be shit. You're going to be fucking terrible. Everybody's going to... It was the one where he was like, you're going to get dragged over metaphorical glass.
Metaphorical glass in your head, yeah.
Yeah. And I was like, I told her that. I told her that... that's what he said, and that was in the video I showed her. And like, she's never DM'd a game before. She plays games, and she wants to run her own shit, and she's very nervous about it. And even she, who was super nervous about it and has never run a game, was like, get fucked.
Yeah. Oh, good.
That's so stupid.
Like, I think anybody with even a modicum of sense, like, you fucking know immediately.
This is just ridiculous.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah.
Somebody animated the potion seller in the style of JoJo, and fuck, it's good.
I saw that you put that there. I haven't watched it yet. Yeah.
It's really good.
I'm excited. Did Garibay just call us stupid? Basically, a little bit. Yeah. If you're not with a college degree, you can't be a dungeon master. So get more smart, idiot. Well, we are watching his videos. That is true. That is true. We are watching the video. Actually, I decided I'd rather be a dragon master, or I'll just be a dragon. Fuck yeah. The peanut butter sandwich master does not need a PhD to tell dragons, goblins, and goblins what to do with dice. Yeah. Exactly. Don't ever think that you need one. Like, fuck that. Holy shit.
College degree. I think that's where we've arrived. I'm willing to hear you think I'm wrong. Let me know in the comments below. Please consider liking and subscribing, and have a wonderful, wonderful millennium.
Thanks.
Yeah, no thanks. There's the Pikachu cereal there.
Yeah. Interesting.
Dungeons and Dragons and Taylor Swift. Whoa. And that's the thumbnail. What?
What does that have to do with anything? What's the other? Dungeons and Dragons and the value of a single campaign session is the Charizard one. What the fuck?
Yeah, what the
Is it because of fucking mint Charizard that's
is
from
expensive.
that thing is worth like what, like $20,000 or something.
And then the one below it, the picture that's all the books, Dungeons and Dragons and the Emergence of the First Omega Discipline.
Holy shit, that sounds amazing. That one sounds interesting. Oh my god.
Can Mastodon save the Dungeons and Dragons Twitter liberals?
Dude, oh my god. All right.
What the fuck?
That's fucking Garibay.
Yeah, classic.
Oh my god.
Classic Chaos God.
Yeah. It's been a while since we've covered anything from him, to be fair.
Yeah, and he did not disappoint.
No, he didn't. He had his one moderately okay video.
Yeah.
And then and then oh my god. All right. It's comment time. It's comment time. Let's look at the comments. I wonder if Garibay knows that his car is the true star. Oh, I'm sure. All right. So, on episode 125, we have a few comments.
Oh my god. Sorry. Go on.
First off, we have from Khan, in fact. Khan. I love how the guy shows a graph of all the games on Roll20 and makes the claim that because 5e is the most popular and widely played system on that site, it means no one even knows that other systems exist. Thank Garibay that drive-through-RPG exists so that other systems can get exposure. I don't know how Pathfinder ever got off the ground without drive-through. Yeah, it's true. Like, dude, I don't know what the fuck he was on about with that. He goes from one site, and he's like, this proves my point. Like, okay, come on.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
500% facial animations Resident Evil 3.
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
I love these.
They're great.
Sorry, go.
No, you're good. And then, on 125 as well, Timothy Martin says, ahoy there! One D&D is a thing, I guess. On one hand, I bet somebody's dream comes true with this one D&D being around, and I'm happy for them. But on the other hand, like what we talked about during the episode, other online TTRPG table sims out there. But unlike the suit guy in that video, I let things be fully out before saying if it's bad or not. That kind of, or not. Yeah, that kind of reminded me of sports videos where they say who's going to win the Super Bowl long before week 1 starts. There's just too many things that can happen. Anyway, that's all I have. Have a nice day. Thanks, Timothy. And you're right. Fucking going through and like, I'm fine with predictions. I'm fine with speculation. That's fine. But when you make actual legitimate claims, like, that's when we have a problem. It's like, what are you basing these off of? Like, sure, you can have some data, but it has to pertain to the actual discussion and the argument, right? with the Roll21, it's like, oh yeah, for that site only. Okay, cool. Right? Like, we can extrapolate some arguments from that kind of stuff, but you know, it's not going to be enough when the thing isn't even out and we have no semblance of what it's going to be other than like a few pre-alpha images. That's really it.
Yeah.
Then there's also one that was specifically for Boo, and I will skip on it because you have already answered that one.
Yeah.
So apologies to Christopher Burkeen, but don't worry, it's been read and it was specific. So there you go.
Yes.
And then finally a small comment from Lux.
Oh my god.
Oh, the world! I'm uncertain of my reality.
It's fucking weird. Like we're watching a Garibay video again.
What I can say with fairly high certainty is that Wizards of the Coast's move to focus its marketing on online play will be beneficial to me. There's a reason why most of my role-playing has been forum-based, because I live in bumblefuck nowhere. Finding a group to join in person is no small task, and when I do, there's no guarantee that what they want to do will be compatible with what I want to do. There are ways to find other players online, but that can still be hit or miss. Having official support for online play from the actual creators of a game could go a long way towards making it more accessible to me. While I don't know enough about the actual system to decide for certain whether I'm going to like it or not, the VTT aspect doesn't bother me at all. That's all I have to say. As for the number of games I have on Steam, looks like that's a total of 228. Nice. That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Don't be me.
Yeah.
I will literally die before I play through all of them. As I keep adding more.
Yeah.
And more keep coming out that I want to play. Fuck me. Literally today, one of my roommate literally sent to our group chat one that's coming that hasn't even have a release date, and it's like it looks super neat, and I immediately wishlisted it because I was like, "Fuck, that looks cool." Anyway, yeah, that's comments.
Yeah.
Bumblefuck nowhere is a great way to say it. Yeah, absolutely, I like it. So. Other than that, I mean, that's it. Of course, a big thank you to our patrons. That is Draco Kraken, Mog Zero, Rick, aka Unit Rico, Slazer, Steely, Drake, Cross, Chris, Lux, Serpent Eye, and of course, our Tier 1 contributor. Appreciate you all. Those of you out there still, go into our description, go find things, go buy our dice if you want, other things, you know, all that kind of shit. Or don't do any of that. I'm not your dad. And consider, hey, if you're new and you like this stuff, I see people really like when we talk about 1D&D and such, and if you're sticking around for that, maybe stick around for more. If
we might talk about other 2D&Ds.
Yeah, if you're here at this point, well, fucking think about subscribing, maybe, liking the video, leaving a comment, all that kind of stuff.
And if you have something that you want us to look at that isn't 1D&D,
yeah,
tell us, and we'll do it, maybe.
Absolutely. I fucking love it if people suggest things. Absolutely. We have a bunch of suggestions that we still haven't gone through at all. And we will at some point. Yeah. It's just one of those things of, does it fit on the docket of today, right? Is it something that we should cover this time, right? Sometimes most of the stuff was Garibay. Some of it was the Taking 20 stuff, which, again, we'll get to that kind of stuff again at some point.
Just for a time there, it was a little bit too...
it was a
little too much.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. If we were, como se dice, good at making YouTube content, we would chase those trends like all no tomorrow, right?
Oh yeah.
The 1D&D thing, the fact that literally it shot up to our #1 most viewed thing as soon as it came out on the channel for like 51 views in like, I think it's up to 51 views at this point. And like, it's not our most like viewed video, but it fucking got up there quick because people have an interest in it. And if we kept doing 1D&D stuff, absolutely a lot of people would watch it. But that's not what we do here.
Yeah, that's not what we do here. We're not trend tracers. I mean, trend chasers.
We go for what we want to talk about, and it's fun.
Yes.
So if you don't like that, well, that's okay.
But still give us your money.
Yeah, that's
we
right.
Like that.
It's a joke.
Yeah.
Anyway. That's everything that we have for you this week. Thank you for hanging out with us. And of course, we'll see you next week for another episode of this crazy show.
Yeah. And then tomorrow, was it that you're
tomorrow,
going to upload?
Devils and Dice, session 51, which is actually 2 sessions. One failed session that did not amount to more than like 30 minutes. And after I cut out everything that wasn't the session, one session that didn't amount to about 30 minutes, and then like a 2.5-hour one that I spliced together. So
yes,
enjoy that because it was very fun.
Yes,
and we had a great time.
Quite fun.
Yeah. So anyway, we'll see you next week.
Yes.
Goodbye.
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 Farewell.
Get out.